Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Open Qualifiers for the Americas region. And wow, America just wants me to cease to exist, apparently, because I have set a level of expectation now. For the Oceanic region, I covered every team that got a perfect 10 points plus an extra one to make it a solid 3 games. I thought that was going to be the format, 3 games per region. Then I went over to Asia. There were perfectly 3 teams with 10 points. I covered them. Then I went to Europe, who had 9 teams with the perfect 10 points. So I asked the audience, and while the poll has since shifted, it was too late. I'd already recorded all 9 of the perfect scored 10 teams. Meaning that I have now set a precedent that I have to cast all teams that got the perfect 10. You want to know how many there are in the Americas region? 16! 16 teams! So we are about to do a long video, folks. This is going to be every team that got the perfect 10 out of 10 score in the Marvel Rivals Open Qualifiers. 16 best of ones. That's going to be 18 teams covered. One of the teams in this matchup, I've randomized the order for these games. One of the teams in this matchup got 10 out of 10 wins. The other got 8 out of 10, which should still be enough to qualify, but it's going to be close. Actually, no, I think 27 is the cutoff, meaning that it's 9 out of 10, so I don't think the team that got 8 is making it through. But either way, we have, on the left-hand side of Hall of Jalia, we have Luminosity Gaming, and on the right, we have Calamity. 2 very strong teams. Of course, Luminosity, friend of the channel, Arso over here, giving us he's a member, he sent in a replay in the past. We're very lucky that we're getting their game first. We love a randomizer that goes our way. So, let's have a look at some of these bands. Psylocke, Magneto, Wolverine, Human Torch. And we're going to see the Iron Fist being taken away. Of course, as a reminder of how this works, is that there are already some teams that are qualified. Don't expect to see your Sentinels or your 100 Thieves here. They are already qualified. Magnets, I believe, are as well. For the Americas, they are already qualified for Marvel Rivals Ignite. These are the teams fighting for the final spots to join those teams and try and take the fight to them. We're going to see the Hela getting banned away here. Protections onto Groot, Emma Frost, Luna Snow, and Loki, with Luminosity focusing onto a more strategist-focused ban phase. Calamity focusing onto some tank protections here. Today will be the Open Qualifier section of this tournament for the Americas. Tomorrow, we will be jumping into the single elimination bracket phase for the Oceanic region. Then we'll be doing some for the Asia region as well. And of course, we'll just be calculating it to try and take us all the way to MRC with these replays. For now, though, let's introduce our players. Ladies and gentlemen, on the left-hand side, it is going to be Luminosity, with March playing the Iron Man. Arso will be playing the Emma Frost. Spenny is on that Loki. 6'3" Dreadhead will be playing the Star-Lord. Yanghesu, pretty sure I'm pronouncing that one wrong, but doing my best. They will be on the Luna Snow. And Alphy will be playing the Groot. And on the right-hand side, in the red trunks, it is Calamity with Felty on the Luna Snow. Wildthing, you make my heart sing on that Emma Frost. Xyphen will be playing the Star-Lord. ItzTornado on the Loki. Stel on the Winter Soldier, looking down Alphy, who is taken out here. And Bada preventing any escape here on this Groot. As first elimination goes over to the side of Calamity, as March being forced to pull back after getting focused down here. Will get healed up to full, has that Snowflake trying to melt their way through the group. The healing output is pretty good here as the point is being taken by Calamity. Very early here, Unibeam to try and melt them. This is an unempowered Unibeam here, as there is no Hulk on this side. Portal's already come in with the Pulse Cannon round the corner, and they catch one person outside of the regeneration domain as March is being forced to retreat. In the meantime, The front line has been able to take down the members of Calamity. The reinforcements there from Alphy returning to the fight as fast as possible with that Doctor Strange portal. And then the second the fight is won, going back through it to swap back to Groot as it works better for their composition. It is a risky play because it gives you time for your opponents to regroup, but the fact is the walking time is pretty similar. They use the portal to make sure that they're going to make it in time. It is some proper heads-up play. Dreadhead and Xyphen dueling up on the high ground here. In comes the Cologne from ItzTornado. Vader both worlds to try and push in as Spenny is going to match in kind here. Giving them up for the front line here. Galactic Legend is available for Dreadhead. Xyphen still not having theirs yet as Kraken Impact is on the board with Loki's on both sides. This is a dangerous situation. The straggling prison comes out from Alphy. It's enough to lock down Bada. Xyphen takes to the sky, as does Dreadhead, as they both try to duel in with the pulse cannon. The Groot wall dropped and then immediately cancelled in order to make sure that that shot landed. The teamwork, the reaction time there. Alfie reacting perfectly to their teammate March to make sure that that wall was gone so that it would land when needed. Gets the elimination and once again Luminosity hold, but it's 2 out of 3 bars for Calamity. There is a chance that they might be able to push this in. Making their way forward. Stel trying to land the shots onto Marge, landing some great damage. Psionic Seduction was the setup they needed there. Also going to be dropping into that diamond form, trying to make their way into that regeneration domain though. Sends the Groot into the doorway, getting focused down, uses the engage stun to make sure that they have a little bit of space here. Pushing forward, dropping low, but the strategists are here, making their way in Bada with the straggling prison, but there's no one there to get. Here comes the Kraken Impact from Stel, but no more resets. Dreadhead comes in and finishes them off with the help of March and Spenny. And that was a lot messier, a little bit better for Calamity, but it's just not good enough with 30 seconds to go. No portal coming in from Calamity. Have they used it already? Or do they just trust their current walking speed? And they're just going to save the portal for the first person to get eliminated. They should have enough time, but there's a lot of group walls coming in. They can't afford to wait around too long. 12 seconds to go. March begins to siege in, landing a lot of AoE damage into that doorway. Unibeam. Regeneration domain is picked off. Someone's got a touch. Group walls shuts it down, but it's going to be Starlord. Will manage to touch the point. Minimal pulse cannon again, taking down the wall. These two are so in sync. They can't see where it's coming from with the Groot walls to block it. Vader both worlds to put this fight on pause, but that's going to be a straggling prison to lock them in place, allowing the Unibeam to melt on through. Loki tries to touch, but there's no one there. The portal came in from Dreadhead to bring in reinforcements to the point, and that is going to be a hold on 92.83%. Luminosity Gaming, if they get point number 1, then that is going to be game over. And they will be our team that scored the perfect 10, excuse me. Turns out doing this many casts in a row isn't great for my voice. We'll definitely calm down a little bit as we move into more games. Into the single elimination bracket phase. We'll do a couple games each time, of course, because this works. I like the idea of giving y'all some variety. Also, I sent in my application. Thank you to the multiple people, actually, who sent me the link for the Marvel Rivals caster application from, like, the official Discord. I did send in an application. Apparently, the link went down and then went back up again, so I'm debating sending in another one just in case. Like, I'm wondering why it went down. Like, did they just get too many submissions? I do not know. But either way, I have sent an application, so wish me luck in the comments, and if you really want to help, then maybe send a tweet to Marvel Rivals, say hey, or respond to their message saying, hey, Tetcher's perfect for this. He sent in an application. We would like to see him. Don't brigade him, don't spam everything, but hey, I want to do it. I'd love to do it, so if you want to see me there, maybe let him know. We're loading on in. Luminosity. Portal engage right off the back here. We've got double Gamma for Calamity here. Going for the round the back corner play. Cuts off reinforcements. March portals his team in. goes to Iron Man to attack from the other side. A two-pronged assault here. Xyphen's got a pretty good angle up here. This is about as good as they could get it, but there is now a march on the flank who might be able to get him, but there's the engage with the Lokis up on the high ground as well. Everyone engages onto Xyphen, takes them down there. The focusing was real, but down goes March. Tornado, the firing squad up on the high ground, landing as much healing as they can, as we're seeing Bada desperately trying to hold the line, getting locked down by the Emma Frost, dropped down into puny Bada mode. The Bada. They are taken down. Stel is down. Wildthing is down. Xyphen is reinforcing, but they are so far away. Is there a portal? Can anyone stop? There's only a little bit of time left. Bada transforms. No portal is going to be attempted. They know it's over, and that is GG. Luminosity absolutely tearing through that game. Breaking the attack with the wraparound, and then the Lokis onto the high ground to duel out the Namor. And March going to be taking MVP there. Do not blame them. Showing that Iron Man still has a place. Let's look at these statistics. Top eliminations. We'll be rushing through these statistics a little bit this time because I have almost double the amount of games as yesterday. 17 eliminations, highest in the game. Least amount of times getting eliminated is Spenny, not getting taken out at all on that Loki. Top final hits is, of course, going to be March with 9. Top damage is going to be March with 11,000. Almost double anyone on the side of Calamity. And almost double what their own team is with 7Ks for Arso and Redhead. Top damage blocked, 15k for Bada. And top healing. It's going to be 17k for ItzTornado, trying to bring it back for their team, but not working out in this scenario. A solid matchup. Stel tried to bring it back as well, but it was not enough. That is going to be Luminosity with the perfect 10. They will make it on, of course, to that single elimination phase. Calamity with 8. I don't know if it's enough. 27 was like almost guaranteed. But there's a lot of teams here. Oh, hello. Focus. There we go. Autofocus, baby. All right. Let's exit that one and get set up for our second. We got so many replays to do. Let's get my random order up so that I can see who is next. All right, so hang on. Let me quickly double check, like, what's the cutoff? It is 27, and even then, there are like 3 teams outside of the 27 buffer. That's how insanely top-heavy it seems that the America region is. With so many teams in the 9 out of 10 win rate. That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. Imagine going 9 out of 10 and that not being good enough. That's how many teams got 10 out of 10 here. There's so many players. There's so many teams. That's the issue with the Americas side. That it's very possible for a team to play against like a lot of teams a little bit lower their skill and get an easy 10 out of 10, where another team might accidentally go against another top team and get a 9 out of 10. So it's the risk of this kind of format. But with 10 games, hopefully it still balances out. So we next have this one. Okay. And all right, this might be the most American-named game I think I've ever cast. Excuse me. Let's see how well the teams do on this match. One team is 10 out of 10. The other is 3 out of 8 at the time of me writing down my notes here. So we'll have to see which one is which. On the left-hand side, LebronFnClub. And on the right, ATripToArbys. Give me that roast beef and cheddar. We are loading on into Spider Islands for our matchup this time. Human Torch going to be taken out right away here. I don't believe we've got like a full official list. Sorry about that. I don't believe we've got a full official list of like every team that is like 100% qualified yet. So let me check the Wikipedia page. Yes, we do. Okay. So, from the Americas side, the teams that are already qualified are Sentinels, 100 Thieves, Shroud X, and Magnets. They are from the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1. And from the Marvel Rivals Invitational, we have FlyQuest, Envy, Shikigami, and Nightmare. So we'll have to keep an eye on those. This has only just been updated today, so let me just quickly go through the other regions. Asia, we don't know. They've also had some pretty significant roster changes, so that's going to be a little bit harder to keep track of. Kanga Esports and Platinum Star are the teams for Oceania. And that just leaves us with EMEA. The teams qualified for EMEA that we know of are Virtus Pro and All Business. This does explain why Berber Patapim aren't in there, even though they did technically come like second or third. So being that high up, apparently it does mix it up a bit, and of course the invitational teams also are in question. So it's a little bit less known, it seems, for the European, Middle East, and Africa side. Rocket's going to be banned out here by LebronFnClub. We got some familiar names here. We got Tico, Haluk. We got Blessed. These are players that I've cast quite a few times. Drummer, I believe I've covered once before. Groot gets protected with Emma getting banned away here. Iron Fist will be removed without that extra crowd control that Emma offers. Iron Fist going to be taken away. And once again, Hela being banned pretty consistently so far in the Americas.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Mr. Fantastic being hovered. Wolverine, Storm. We're getting some much more interesting drafting this time. Thor. Thor, by the way, may be getting nerfed in the upcoming patch from what we saw there. A lot of changes coming in, including the JeffNado, but potentially the taking of DPS Jeff behind the shed and getting rid of them here. I'm sure Tanuki will be devastated, as will Frost Mountain. But that is for future Tetcher and future players to be worried about. For now, though, on the left-hand side, ladies and gentlemen, in the blue trunks on defense, it is going to be LebronFnClub, with Yiigi going to be playing the Invisible Woman. LFT Blessed will be on the Winter Soldier. ZR Midnight will be playing the Doctor Strange. BOLBOL is on the Lunar Snow. Tico will be playing Magneto. And Haluk is on the Captain America. And on the right-hand side, ATripToArbys with Kallux playing the Lunar Snow. Ha-ha! Will be playing the Mr. Fantastic. INEX is playing the Groot. Tortamaster will be playing the Storm. One of the first Storms we have seen this season. We have Drummer on that Invisible Woman, and Aarvion is on the Captain America, being forced back into the spawn right off the bat here. Tortamaster trying to break the siege, adding some good hits onto Tico here, and trying to use that extra lightning to focus on the Captain America, and in fact does get a good burst there. Tico dropped low, finds Blessed instead, maybe not who they were looking for, but it's going to be enough as Tortamaster helps them break through that front line. Good break, but they're still getting focused down. Even Yiigi runs it in. They know that they don't want to be staggered. If they get chased down by Groot, they're going to be really staggered from their team. So instead, they just run in, hold the cart for a little bit longer, and so they get eliminated faster, and their team returns all together as they portal in. Goodbye, Kallux. Tortamaster is down, and this is LebronFnClub with the hyper-aggression. Every inch matters. Final stand, though, from Aarvion for the turnaround. Fate of Both Worlds and Invisible Boundary are buying time for both of these teams. Trying to tackle them out of it, Wolverine. Trying to focus them down, strangling Prison to hold them together. Haluk is giving everything they can. Invisible Boundary has come out from Yiigi, but the Fate of Both Worlds is so high. The damage output. Aarvion this time getting locked down, but it's going to be ATripToArbys who will break the line of LebronFnClub once again. Midnight has returned. But no portal available for at least another 2 minutes, so it's forced to head on back. They have the Eye of Agamotto here. They could try and go for a quick blow-up. Forced to head through the main entranceway. There's the cart. If they want to make their way through, they've got to do it soon, as Tortamaster's going to be coming in with that Omega Hurricane. Eye of Agamotto comes out. Group wall blocks a lot of it. Blessed with the Dance and the Butterfly. And it's going to be an absolute massacre as ha will be taken down in the last push there. LebronFnClub, they burned out a lot of ultimates for that. Dance of the Butterfly and Eye of Agamotto both being dropped at the same time, two of their big tools, but it's enough to wipe ATripToArbys off the board, reset, and buy them time at point number 1. Aarvion going very aggressively up on that high ground, getting chased down all the way to the low ground, but they'll get healed up, trying to put that attention onto the Doctor Strange to take them down as Tortamaster is taken down by Blessed. Tico out of nowhere from the top rope gets the triple and is now melting through that Mr. Fantastic.
Only 60 seconds left.
As Tico picking up those eliminations for their team, makes their way back up to the high ground into cover. They want to be the person who finds those isolated targets. Tortamaster's been putting on an absolute clinic on this Storm here, who's getting another buff. Straggling Prison from Haluk. From above, Groot engage. Aerial tree assault. ATripToArbys are once again hollowed out. Tortamaster goes down. The Groot engage from above. Terrifying to see. Dropping a Spore Bomb and dropping a Straggling Prison onto the backline with a huge blow-up. Gives their team the time and space they need. In the meantime, Tico isolated onto Mr. Fantastic. Not the best target here, but it's going to be enough to take out Aarvion. Straggling Prison, but Fate of both worlds to try and cancel it here. You see Tortamaster, they're waiting for their ultimate, waiting for that Strategist ultimate to expire. Here it comes. Eye of Agamotto dodged out here. Fate of both worlds about to expire very shortly, but Invisible Boundary was dropped to counteract, and that's going to be enough. With overtime ticking down, Arvion drops the final stand, but not onto the objective. They were just too far over to the right, and as such, that cart will be held.
Switch things up, including which side you're on.
101 meters, 98 centimeters is what LebronFnClub have to beat. They're sticking with this Doctor Strange, running it down the entire way. Also, as a reminder, that ATripToArbys have been triple duelist for this entire time, using the fact that both the Wolverine and the Mr. Fantastic are relatively tanky in their own way, with a little bit of that over-health shielding to keep themselves topped up in these fights, whereas Tortamaster is acting as sort of the sole range damage dealer here. That is a Cloak and Dagger being hovered here by Kallux. Something we have seen creeping its way into some of these games. Have to see if it works out for them. Will we see another tree bomb? We'll have to see. INEX moving it over to the incredible Hulk here to match up with that Namor. So Drummer really committing them now to a triple duelist composition. As Aarvion moves off Wolverine onto the Invisible Woman, meaning that now they are really committed to ha-ha-hoo-ha-ha, doing some second tanking on that Mr. Fantastic, because their comp is now extra squishy. Is this going to be the right choice here as Tico taking to the sky on Star-Lord here? Landing a little bit of early damage. A lot of pressure is on Drummer right now to do the damage to make it worth. Groot walls coming out, making it harder to land the shots. Nice hit! That's exactly what we want to be seeing. Drummer needs to be landing these hits, needs to be pressuring, and of course Tico needs to be afraid to step up. They always want to be flanking, always want to be getting value done. Same with Blessed, who goes down. This is why we like them on. If you have an opponent that loves to flank, then let it hurt. Let them stepping up be a painful experience where they try to make plays and they suffer for it. Another from Drummer. Drummer is popping off exactly when their team needed it right now. ATripToArbys, and they have beef. LebronFnClub with the dunk from max range. Tortamaster to try and buy a little bit of time here, but they don't have any of the strategist ultimates up, at least at this stage. Tortamaster is coming in. That's an Omega Hurricane to try and take them down, but the fate of both worlds from BOLBOL is shutting this down. INEX transforming back, but was all the way back at spawn here. Here comes the Brainiac bounce for a little bit of extra shielding, but they're going to be taken down by the galactic legend of Tico, who finishes off the last defending members, and everyone is now rushing back from spawn because that card is moving in. INEX was waiting, but did not expect Tico to appear on the side, which means now they are half health before they make their way in. Quick swap to the Strange. You can't go over that way. You got to go through the doorways. It's really weird, I know, but that's just how it works. Portal's right there at the end. That took way too long, but bodies have finally made it through onto the point of invisible boundary. Is going to be coming out from yiigi. Yiigi trying to hold the line. It's also the butterfly from Blessed. Takes out Strange. Ha 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 ha. It's down. Down goes the Demon. Drummer is out. Storm is out. And the car moves on through. LebronFnClub take the game and they get their perfect 10. Nicely done, LebronFnClub. Yiigi taking the MVP there. We don't often see a strategist MVP, but it's always good when we do. Let's have a look why. First, top eliminations, going to be 24, but just behind them, 22, 23, and 19 for Yiigi is not half bad. Just a little bit further behind there. Least amount of times getting eliminated. BOLBOL only getting taken out once, but again, right behind them, Yiigi with 2. Most final hits, Midnight actually, with 10 final hits that game. A little bit of a sleeper hit there, doing some great work. Tico with 7, Blessed and Haluk with 8. And we look at the damage. 15k for Tico. Doing some huge work for their team there. 17k though is the top with Tortamaster on that Storm, showing it still has a little bit of value sometimes. Bringing it out for some solid DPS. Top damage blocked. 26k. 1k more. It's going to be Haluk beating out INEX. And the top healing by quite a lot is BOLBOL, with 30k. 9k more than Yiigi. 17k more. The Drummer, 15k more. Yeah, the Kallux. But the healing was a little bit more split on the side of ATripToArbys. But overall, that is a solid setup here. And that is going to be LebronFnClub taking their 10-0. At the time of me checking, ATripToArbys were 3-8, which guarantees they will not be moving on. But we'll keep an eye out for them when it comes round to MRC. 2 down. At the end of every 4, I'm going to take a little break, which I'll just be pausing the recording for, so you guys shouldn't really see any difference. But just so you know, when my camera disappears, that is going to be why. So 2 more games, and then we will take our first break. And because we have 16 games, it'll be 3 breaks throughout the entire thing. And then, of course, the last break will be me being done, where I will get to sleep. Yay! My shirt is not as... This camera makes my shirt... I mean, maybe it just is. It looks way more screwed up than it does in real life. Maybe I'm just not looking at it very well, or it's just the lighting on the camera. But either way, I promise this shirt was ironed. Either way. Who is next? Okay. We got a 10-0 versus a 7-3. Let's find them. There we go. There it is. So the 7-3 is, of course, not going to qualify. The 10-0 will. Again, 7-3 feels like it's a good setup here. But is it? But not enough in this scenario. Let's check it out as we are heading in. While the teams prepare their bands, let's talk about our current members, the people who help support this channel and help keep me in making these games and support and creating this wonderful content. Shout out to our incredible members, the wonderful Lucas Tyson, our newest member. Arso from Luminosity Gaming, who we saw earlier. Doki Pokey. And our longest running member, John. Thank you all for your support. Remember, you can help support the channel as well by liking this video, watching it all the way through with ad block off. I only ever put ads in between games, never during. If you really enjoy, leave a comment saying thanks for casting, or hey, I hope you get MRC, or just this game was amazing. Who are you rooting for to get into Marvel Rivals Ignite? Let me know all these things, because one, I want to hear them, and two, it helps the algorithm by making it believe that people are invested in the video, which hopefully you are, considering I'm about to spend what is probably 3 to 4 hours of my life doing it. So please, leave a comment, and of course, if you really want to support, you can hit that thanks button to send a donation, or you can hit that join button to become a member. Let's look at our teams here. We got Trunk Base and Jobless Bums. Some more very familiar names here. British Tree, I've already commented quite a few times. Same with Forky Dog. Not too familiar with most of the other names here. Looking at these next pickups here. Starting off with the Groot, Loki, Invisible Woman, and Iron Fist bans. Iron Fist has been banned, I believe, the only character to be banned in every single game so far. That is quite the achievement. Winter Soldier gets protected along with Star-Lord, Psylocke, and the Human Torch. These are Human Torch and Psylocke are characters who've been banned in pretty much every single game so far. Psylocke on the odd occasion will see an appearance, and there goes the Captain America being removed here. With the Loki getting taken away, removing Cap is sensible because backline dive becomes a little bit more viable, and Storm will get taken away by Trunk Base.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Let's see what they can do here. We're going in with that Human Torch. Invisible Woman was banned out, of course, which does make that Human Torch a little bit more vulnerable, so we're going in for the Lunar Snow, who can Snowflake, and they're thinking about a Cloak and Dagger here. Now, Cloak and Dagger is, of course, wonderful when dealing with flyers, because the healing locks on. Another good hero would be Mantis. But between the two, Cloak and Dagger is a little bit more consistent with high healing numbers. On the other side, we're going for a more defensive strategy with that with that Hulk and that Namor. Let's talk about it as we introduce our players. On the left-hand side, in the blue trunks on defense. Once again, let's find around it for the second time in a row. It is going to be Trunk Base with Polosinok is the best I can guess on that one. Polosinok going to be playing that incredible Hulk. Saved is on the Lunar Snow. Necro Skin. That sounds like something you should see a doctor about. They're going to be on that Rocket Raccoon. Ryasu will be playing the Emma Frost here. Bad Marine is on that Psylocke, and it's Trunko, the titular one, will be on that Namor. And on the right-hand side, it is Jobless Bums with my, or me. I assume it's my, because it has an E at the end. O2 on the Lunar Snow. British Tree. I can see some of those from my window. They are going to be on that Magneto. Infamy! Infamy! They all had it in for you as they are taken down on that Psylocke and sent back to Spawn. Bend JD. There's a joke about Scrubs in here, but I can't come up with it. They are going to be on that Emma Frost. Valk X is playing that Human Torch, and Forky Dog will be busting out that Cloak and Dagger. We don't see it often, but it does show up from time to time. Down goes Polosinok. Necroskin is trying to keep them topped up on that rocket. Stars of the Butterfly into the back line. We see Ryasu taking it out Bend. But they can't seem to do a huge amount more. The Eternal Bond from Forky Dog did set their team up for a punishment fate of both worlds to shut them down. Mai, though, is so close to having their own as Ryasu goes in deep, does the Butterfly from Infamy. And that is just leaving one person left. Oh, hello, never mind. We see the reinforcements coming in. Infamy on one flank takes down Ryasu. And the retreat attempt from Bad Marine. But Bad Marine has been able to sneak away, but they are surrounded. Can they get out of this? Yes, they can. Taking out Infamy in the 1v1. Grabs a map heal, but while this is happening, the point has already been grabbed. Leading Valk to try and focus on the defending members here. There's going to be a Hawkeye coming out for Trunko, giving up on this Namor. Gonna try and just burst down the Human Torch instead of relying on the squids to just whittle them down over time. Stepping up quite far, immediately getting focused down by Ben. Supernova gonna be coming in for Valk. Sieging onto the backline. Bad Marine was finally taken down and returns to their team as in comes the Cosmic Yard Amplifier to keep their team topped up. BRB, in case anyone gets focused down, Bend with the lockdown. Bad Marine goes down once again, comes back at that BRB. Polisadok is also taken out by Infamy, who appears to be on an absolute tear right now. Move around to the backline. That is a delicious group of people. One down. Looks for saves to take them out two. That's two. And Infamy is on an absolute tear right now. Wiping everyone. Here comes Dance of the Butterfly to try and get a revenge pick up, but it's too late. The point has already been taken, and Ryasu still goes down, with Bad Marine finding nothing except the spawn room as they are down again. Infamy, have some mercy! Mercy! Gets another one! Going for a world record at this rate. Charging on in, gets another. Dance of the Butterfly shut down with the snowball. Infamy, after getting targeted so much in the early game, has taken it extremely personally. And is now cleaning up here. It's Trunko with their third hero swap of the game now on the Hella. Infamy is just around that corner. Psychic Stealth into the backline. And this time they are taken down. But as is Trunko, returning to the BRB. Forky Dog helping keep their team topped up as British Tree is trying to break the front line here. Valk is sitting above, getting some great zoning potential. Psyonix Seduction coming in, Fate of Both Worlds from me to keep the team topped up through this seduction here. Here comes the Cosmic Yard Amplifier. Trunko has the opportunity to now take to the sky. Here comes the Eternal Bond from Forky Dog to keep their team topped up as that Fate of Both Worlds expires. Saved. Going to be dropping theirs as well. Media M from British Tree. Looks for the Lunar Snow. It's not enough to finish the job. Getting focused down here. Just going to tank the damage. Trunko dropping that Goddess of Death. And it's a lot of damage output. The terrain isn't ideal in here. Very close-knit, lots of roofs to hide behind as the Dance of the Butterfly did take out one. It's going to be a triple for the side of Trunk Base, as they will hold the line. Looking for Infamy. They get him again. When we check the score between rounds, I'm pretty sure we're going to see Infamy with, like, maybe the most eliminations and also the most times getting eliminated. That's my prediction here. Because they are on fire, but the enemy team is wise to their tactics. Speaking of on fire, Supernova coming out for Valk. I couldn't have timed that better. Trying to create the siege. But here comes that Meteor M to buy a little bit of extra time into the backline. The Butterfly took out save. Who comes back at the BRB to buy some time. Flaming Meteor focusing onto the Strategist, which takes out one. Lunar is down. But now Psylocke is trying to get onto Valk. Bad Marine trying to chase him in here. Damaging on the ground, takes out Ryasu. Necro Skin falls, and that is it. The car reaches the end. That is a triple cap here.
Time to switch things up, including which side
An intense first round here. With Jobless Bums taking the triple cap, but it was not easy. All right, let's have a look at some of these statistics. Most eliminations, 21. Most final hits, 16. Not surprising. Not the most times getting eliminated, though. Only getting taken out 4 times. Felt like more, honestly. It's going to be Polisadok, who got taken out the most this game so far, with 6 times. Being in that front line, being on a Hulk at one point, facing into an Emma. Not going to be the easiest situation to be in. Getting just stun-locked like that, as they were. Most damage, though, unsurprisingly. going to be the Human Torch. Let's get ourselves heading on in. Truck base going to be locking in. We do have a bit of a mix-up here. We are losing the Emma Frost, and we're going in for a Doctor Strange. The Strange is a more interesting choice here. The Emma is very solid just in general. Strange is still powerful, but they are receiving a buff for a little bit of a good reason. The damage has fallen off a little bit here. I wouldn't just mind a little bit of a sustain buff.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I was wondering if they were going to go potentially for a portal trap here. The answer is no. We are back on the Hulk here for Trunk Base, but without... Oh, there we go. There's the Namor. And magic for Bad Marine. They have decided it is time to go aggressive into the backline. Stepping disc to stay mobile. They've got the Demon doing a little bit of damage through that Strange shield. Healed up to full. That is definitely a Magneto clone. Doing some very solid damage here. Trying to break through that Doctor Strange. Not enough for the finishing blow. In the meantime, Valk is back here, just melting the damage on top as Trunko is trying to find the targets of their own. British Tree playing very far forward. Will go down this time. That time it was the real one. That is an incredibly quick pickup onto that Cosmic Yard Amplifier. Creeping forwards, they're trying to get the shots onto that Human Torch. Lands one. The Squids aren't in the best position to be finishing them off, though. That's a good one. Focusing onto the Doctor Strange here. Number one on the back wall, but there's already getting taken out. The targeting from Jobless Bums seems to be working very well in their favor. Agamotto launched to the gateway. They took one out. I don't think I've ever seen an elimination with an Agamotto before, but they got that Bada here. And Trunk Base are trapped in Spawn. Darkchild and Horde of Proteus are at the ready, though. Squid in the doorway, so it's invulnerable, so they can do some damage without worrying about it being picked off. Trying to make their way forward. Here comes the Darkchild into the back line. That's going to be a Cosmic Yard Amplifier to try and buy the extra time to give them that extra sustain. Here comes the Supernova to try and melt through the attackers to punish Bad Marine as they push on in. But so far, that Darkchild has found very little in terms of potential pickups. Horde of Proteus at the ready, but being held onto here. Here it is! Into the backline. That's a triple! Make it a quad! And finally, Trunk Base have found an opening. They make their way through with Trunko finally finding a place to put that whale. Apollo moving over here. They've gone to single Vanguard with their own Human Torch to try and break the siege here. Portal onto the point. Every inch matters. So they choose to defend it a little bit further back. Pyro Prison, a very small one. But damage is damage. Flaming Media. Supernova in the building. That doesn't seem safe. Someone call OSHA. As Ben is holding the line. Apollo has been taken down. Agamotto at the ready. Trunk Base losing one member, 1 for 0 as this currently stands with 1 minute to go. Jobless Bums pushing on in. Polo swaps to Iron Man for the final push here. Immediately getting targeted down by Psylocke. Agamotto comes on out, mid-air pickup, and they start to do the damage. British Tree with their own Iron Man is melting through, takes out Save, and focusing onto the Rocket, forcing them back to spawn. The cart is creeping backwards. Rocket is on the run, trying to escape here. Surprise, he's so mobile, but finally is going to get picked off. Shots into the doorway. Try and prevent them from leaving the spawn. It's Trunko on the Spider-Man to try and roll out, to try and touch the point, but they're running out of time to do so. Lands the hit. Trying to get the damage onto the Human Torch, but don't have to finish the job. Swinging on in, directly into the Dance of the Butterfly. BRB inside the base to make sure that they are back in time to try and touch him with a pulse cannon. It's not enough. Spider-Man does go down, the cart is held, overtime ticks down, and Jobless Bums will be the team getting a 10-0. A solid matchup here. Infamy getting MVP and well deserved. We saw just an insane performance in round number 1. 24 final hits! Good lord! I knew it was a lot, but I didn't know it was that high. 35 eliminations, 24 final hits, 17k damage. Will be outdamaged by Valk with 21k. An insane match there. Least amount of times getting eliminated. Forky Dog only getting taken out 1 time that entire game. Top damage blocked. Only by a little. It's quite close. 34k for Ryasu. Trying their best to hold their team in it. But they're only beating out Ben on that Doctor Strange, who only took 3k less damage, but got eliminated half the amount of times and got over double the amount of final hits. Looking at healing. Top healer will be Forky Dog with 29k. Most presence on the board, most healing output. Even though it's usually going to be going over to the team that came second because they're taking more damage, there was more than enough damage coming out from the side of Trunk Base. And with that, we are 3 games down. My throat is suffering, but we still have more games to do after this one. I will be taking a quick break, but it won't seem like a break at all to any of you. So, next on the list is that one. Okay. Versus them. Okay, then. So, in this match, it is 10-0 versus 0. I wanted to get some variety in there of the different games, so one of these teams did not win a single game. Let's find out who it is as we head on in. On the left, it is Tsukuyomi. And on the right, Cafe Bleu. All of these players are quite new to me. I'm unfamiliar with almost all of them. I think I have seen Wyatt, and I think I have seen Havoc. We are heading to Yggdrasil Path for this one. And we're starting off with the Groot being banned away. Human Torch getting banned out for good reason. We've just seen how insane it can actually be. Although Psylocke definitely earning a place in the potential ban order. We can see why it's being banned so often. As Infamy putting on a performance like that. But this time, it will be protected by Tsukuyomi. Cafe Bleu. What is their pair? There, they protect the Loki. Little bit of extra backline dive protection. Can be the difference between being blown up by a Dance of the Butterfly and being able to tank on through it with that regeneration domain. Cafe Bleu with their next ban. With Human Torch taken away, you don't need to worry about potentially Invisible Woman ban as much, so they're going to focus on the Lunar Snow. This takes away the Snowball from Psylocke, which makes it more difficult for her to act independently away from the team, like we could see in that previous setup. Spider-Man, taken out by Tsukuyomi, despite having the Spider-Man icon. Spider-Man backline dive potential, a little bit scary. Deciding to be something they don't want to deal with. Emma Frost. Gonna be protected, that's a good counter dive as well. Being one of the best Vanguards since release. Magneto also being protected here, so we've got that team up. We now have all 3 members of the Emma Frost team up here, so lovely illusions going to be sent onto the board. With Loki on the board, we can maximize the amount of bodies. Adam going to be taken away here. There's been no touch onto the Star-Lord compositions. Definitely less in terms of bans when compared to EMEA or Asia. But there goes the incredible Hulk taken away by Tsukuyomi, preventing an Iron Man, or at least weakening an Iron Man composition. Tsukuyomi, Invisible Woman, Psylocke. That is a Scarlet Witch with a Doctor Strange being hovered. We have seen 0 Scarlet Witch in any of these games. We've also seen an extremely low amount of Thing, seeing it mostly in the Oceania region. But that doesn't mean it does not have its place as a reasonable anti-dive, as Cafe Bleu seem to want to potentially use it to push on in. We'll see if it makes it out the door. Well, let's see what we end up with here as we introduce our teams. Ladies and gentlemen, on the left-hand side, in the blue trunks on defense, it is going to be Tsukuyomi with Glory Please playing the Emma Frost. Choco Pie playing the Invisible Woman. Michael, 693,215 on the Loki. Spooked, they will be playing the Psylocke here. Wyatt of the Brave variety, who knows? They will be playing that Scarlet Witch. Kiana'sBottom will be on the Doctor Strange. They are Tsukuyomi. Will they be able to take the win, or will they be trapped in an illusion of terror when they face off against this team? Cafe Bleu with Carp on the rocket. Magic Carp playing the Invisible Woman. Aiton on the Storm. Havoc MRTTV will be playing the Emma Frost. Swag is playing Winter Soldier. And Alien Bomb 2007 is on the Thing, taking down the Invisible Woman as Glory Please, Choco Pie and Michael will fall quickly behind. And Cafe Bleu sweeping through here. Scarlet Witch with that team up, some solid burst damage, but they lost the percentage damage that made Scarlet Witch an appealing character at some of those lower ranks in Seasons 1 and 0. Now more reliant on this team up from Strange. And definitely less of a counter to the Thing, as they might have been a little bit previously. Sending in that extra stun to create a lovely zone, locking them down, and it does seem to be working here. But they've lost the team up. Kiana'sBottom swapping off the Strange. They are now on the Magneto. I mean, we're just seeing a standard Scarlet Witch on their own. Into the backline comes Aiton with the Omega Hurricane. Takes out Loki Clone number 1, but they tank on through with the help of that invisible boundary. Clobbering time is interrupted here. Kraken impact into the backline as Swag is cleaning up here. Down goes Wyatt, down goes Choco Pie, and Kiana'sBottom will fall. And Swag keeping moving because there's another Kraken impact here. Not able to find that hiding Psylocke. Wyatt does have reality erasure, but they're considering swapping. Nope, they're making their way out. There's the clobbering time in the entranceway, keeping them zoned so they can guarantee that second point. And Wyatt yet to be able to ult because they're getting zoned out so far. Iron Fist, who was not bad this game, being hovered, and swapped off immediately. Havoc is causing a lot of damage, breaking down that front line. Alien Bomb just a little bit further behind with that embattled leap for that stone Aegis. Keep their team topped up. And you can see Tsukuyomi, they're waiting for the group up so they can move out together, but that's given space for just another doorway cap. Michael has chosen to try and break. Wyatt has lost the reality erasure just to try and give an opportunity for Michael to move on to that Iron Fist. That is a hero play to do anything in their power to try and make something happen for their team. That is an interruption onto Spooks, removed before they can drop that Dance of the Butterfly. Great minds Aegis there to get a little bit of interruption onto Havoc, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to get pulled in, focused down, and picked up. Eternal Bond has come out. Havoc is tanking through it. Swag is cleaning up. Magic Carp even still has Invisible Boundary, which they could drop if they wanted to make an extra slow, which they will do. The slow will, of course, prevent anyone from making their way in faster because it has a slow on the exterior. And that was a fast, very fast 3 points.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Incredibly strong performance here by Cafe Bleu. So Koyomi, they've got to try and turn this round in round number 2. So, what are we seeing? Adjustments. We're sticking with Michael on that Iron Fist here to try and break the front line. Cafe Bleu, they're moving off of the Storm. And they're going to be bringing out the Wolverine. And the Punisher. Swag on the board, going for that infinite ammo, the ammo invention of Rocket. Whoa! I mean, cool. I mean, cool. You missed one. You almost had the perfect run. But Swag showing off here in the starting round. Michael has swapped off the Iron Fist to make room for Choco Pie to move over to, oh, here we go. Iron Fist and Magic. Double heals. Anyone fall for it? No. Michael, in fact, even just goes around it. Oh, God. That made me jump. That made me jump. The jump scare Wolverine running the wrong skin. Oh, my God. That legitimately scared me. Oh, my God. Okay, so Alien Bob trying to set a portal trap, not able to do so as they try to hold the line, set themselves up for a 10-0. But Tsukuyomi, they do have the potential to try and clean this out. Maybe it was just a rough round. They could easily try and take this to an overtime. Swag sending in the shots. Wolverine brings Magneto gift wrapped into them here. Keep an eye out for that ammo invention, that infinity side that will go around Swag so that they can just keep sieging away. It's very interesting to see how different players in this game utilize the culling turret. Here's the infinite ammo invention. Doing huge damage, stepping in and out of it here. Forced to back up as they are engaged on here. There comes the Cosmic Yard Amplifier, and Swag is cleaning up here. Not landing a lot of the finishing blows, but they don't need to when their damage output is going to be this high. Absolute clean up there. Michael still back in spawn, waiting for their team to emerge. Choco Pie has chosen Moon Knight here. There's a culling turret, we called it. And they're just going to throw up a load of barriers. Guardian barrier, Strange shields, a Zephyrin barrier. The culling turret, a little bit too much damage. Choco Pie's trying to duel it. Here comes that ammo invention. Going to make it very hard for anyone to step up here. Moon Knight up to the high ground. Hand of Fist of Khonshu to try and get onto the backline here. Where's the Ugg? Could try and drop one onto Swag and that rocket to get a little bit of damage. Swag now is cleaning up. Gets the first. Alien Bomb with a double. And Elton with the third. The Eye of Agamotto perfectly dropped to completely shut them down. Michael retreating back to spawn. Swag, we're going to pretend we didn't see that. Much better. Sets up another culling turret. Taking out Loki clones. Regeneration domain, meaning they're just kind of hitting nothing here. As the turret will go down. Smoke bomb to disengage. Invisible. The extra ammo as they push on invisible boundary. They just take down Emma before they get pulled in. They have yet to ult here. As they will get taken down by the living weapon of Michael. But that's going to be a silent seduction from Havoc to pull them in to buy a little bit of time to shut down that ult a tiny bit more. As Michael is forced to disengage. They need some healing. Dragon kick into the backline. But once again, Michael is starting to find themselves alone, locked down, and taken out. Swag returning to their team. Nicely done. Another culling turret. Little bit of damage where it can be utilized. Again, hitting the ground instead of hitting those lanterns. I'm wondering what the strategy there is. Kiana'sBottom making their way forward. Locked in, trying to land that extra damage. Hits Glory, please. Here comes that Cosmic Yard Amplifier from Choco Pie for the last-ditch effort for the side of Tsukuyomi to try and break on through with that overtime. Finally, the ultimate is activated. Here comes Final Judgment. 1, 2. They melt on through with Ayamoto being held in the back for the last-ditch defenders. Anyone who is able to survive, but everyone is already gone. Not even needed here, as that is going to be game. Cafe Bleu took the 10-0.
2, 3.
Nicely done, Cafe Bleu. They were one of the slowest teams to get the full 10 points, actually appearing after I wrote my first initial list of who I would be casting. But still, showing that they have some incredible performance here. 13 final hits, 29 eliminations. Not even the highest, though. Havok with 34 eliminations here. Top final hits is, in fact, though, the 13 of Swag. Aiton with the MVP just behind them with 12 and 31 eliminations, second highest in both final hits and in terms of eliminations, but to different people. Shout out to Carp, who did not get eliminated once that entire game. Top damage blocked is going to be the 28k of Glory, please. Doing what they could to try and protect their team, but not able to find it. They also top damage numbers for their team. Shout out to the solid Vanguard players that we do see when needed. And top healing is actually closer than you might expect. Of course, there was a lot of role swaps, but it did from Tsukuyomi. But with 15k 600 being just beaten out by Carp's 15k 800, it will be Chocopie in second and Carp in first. Nicely done. And that's going to be it for our first 4 games. I am going to turn my camera off, pause this recording, and for you guys it will be a couple seconds. There will of course be an ad, but for me it will be a few minutes so that I can sit down, have a drink, rest my voice a little bit, maybe take some medicine, and then get back in for the next 4 games. We've got some we've really got some incredible ones coming up for you in just a moment, so don't go anywhere. Skip ahead if you really want to. I will be back after my quick break. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We have our 5th game out of 16. I'm going to be here so long. Let's jump on in. It is an absolute banger. We have one team that went 10-0 and one team that went 8-2, which looks like it might not be enough to qualify. Which team will make it through and which team won't? Is it going to be a Rival 7 or will it be Erudite? I'm familiar with a Rival 7, having cast them in the MR Pro Torn a couple weeks ago. They did very well. Erudite, a little bit less familiar though, but I have learned one thing, and that is to not underestimate players just because I haven't seen their name as often. So, we're seeing the Human Torch and Groot getting taken away. Pretty standard so far. Hela will get protected. Psylocke will not. So they're getting taken out one more time. Emma Frost on the board. This could mean once again a Magneto team up. With Psylocke taken out though, does get weakened at least a little bit. Captain America getting removed. Backline dive, not wanting to be dealt with. It's a strong character, I don't blame them. Next protection with Captain America. They protect Namor before protecting Hulk. That's interesting. With only one ban left, Erudite now have the choice of either banning potentially the Hulk to weaken Namor or someone like an Iron Fist. A rival 7 have set themselves up a beautiful catch-22 here. No matter what Erudite do here, they're going to be giving away something strong. They choose the Hulk. So now Rival 7 have opened up basically every other strong option by forcing Erudite to take the Hulk away. Now it's just they can ban whatever counters what they actually intend to play. They remove the Star-Lord. But that was another option. They could have gone in with that Hulk, taken out Star-Lord, and a Warlock was now available. Magneto makes it through the ban. That is a Black Widow currently being hovered. We're not going to ask too many questions about that. Storm is also being hovered here. The Thing, Penny, Triple Vanguard, Venom, Arrival 7. We've seen quite a lot of Triple Vanguard throughout the early parts of this season, and of course the latter parts of Season 1. But this Season 2 has definitely been a more dive-centric season. Well, we've got a bit before the doors open. It looks like Arrival 7 are still figuring out what they want their team to be. So let's start off with the team on the right, Erudite, by introducing their players. On the right-hand side, in the red trunks, it is Erudite, with Luffy playing that invisible woman. Retsu will be playing the Loki. Bets will be playing the Hela. Ole! FPS will be playing the Winter Soldier. Fetinex is on the Magneto. And Fox will be playing the Emma Frost. And on the right, portaling to the spawn here, it is going to be a Rival 7 with Hoffman on the Wolverine. Flame on the Loki. Down goes Fetinex. Monotone will be playing the Lunar Snow. Chemicals is on that Hela. Wab on the Doctor Strange, and Pinnacle will be bringing out the Emma Frost. And while they do lose Monotone, it does look like Arrival 7 have come out significantly better in that first engage, with Ole and Retsu getting taken out, and with, of course, Fetinex being the first to fall. And as such, point number 1 has already been picked up by Arrival 7. The percentage begins to charge up. That was beautiful. That was gorgeous. Getting the perfect drop-off right on the edge so that they fall and the Wolverine does not. There's been some practice on this as Hoffman finding another elimination onto Fetinex, who is having a rough game so far, getting targeted down. Here comes Hoffman, once again round to the side. This time, not able to get an isolation. Feral Leap not being found. Luffy's keeping the team topped up. Psionic Vortex, try and punish anyone tries to get a pull on in to force anyone out of position, but Regeneration Domain was burned here. Foxlot's going to lead the charge. Pet's taken out by Chemicals. Shots from downrange. In comes the lockdown onto Wolverine, but it does not matter. Hoffman tanking through, and they get another cleanup. Pets has retreated. Not even going to step out of base. They were taken out earlier by Chemicals. They now wait for their team to respawn. Invisible boundary coming in from Retsu on that God of Mischief clone, as Chemicals will take to the sky. Immediate turn onto Betts, who was ready to try and take him out of that Goddess of Death form. Takes out 2, looking for a 3rd, but everyone has backed up. In the meantime, the point is so close to being captured right now. Bendex and Fox are all that's left, 85%. Is anyone going to swap to a different character to try and sneak past and touch that point? 90%, 91%. 92, 93, Ayamagamoto from behind! Wav set a trap beautifully, but while all this is happening, the point is still ticking up. No one was able to reach it in time, and round number 1 is picked up by Arrival 7. Sorry, just took another drink. Tiring work, this. going to see any compositional adjustments for either of these teams? It's looking like no, especially not for a rival 7. And Erronite also not adjusting as of yet. But Ollie, there we go. I was about to say, standing still. Going to be bringing out that Hawkeye. Hawkeye damage is, of course, pretty intense. If you can land those shots comboing with that Hella, they could try and focus down onto Chemicals, who is currently on a rocket, but that is likely for that extra shielding for their team before they leave the spawn, which it looks like only Strange was able to get. Okay, Wolverine got it too. And the jetpack. That's going to be the main priority here. All right, watch Hoffman. They're trying to go for the early fight win. Once again, Hoffman's going to be trying to grab someone, and then jetpack out. Just took down Betts that time. Didn't even pick him up. Jetpack still available. Up to the high ground. Finds Loki. Finds Luna. Focus down, though. Drops low up to the high ground. Able to back up to their team. And it was much less last time, and Chemicals did fall. But the position is still taken by a rival 7. Hoffman waiting for all their cooldowns. Making their way forward. Finds Ole! And it is deep! Taking them all the way. Soldiers Fist to try and escape. Final stand. And it's an absolute wipe. Psionic Seduction actually picks up the double there. Pinnacle gets Betts. Takes out Fenidex. And Pinnacle is cleaning up here. That is going to be a rival 7 with another dominant fight here. Set up defensively now, waiting for their team to return. Monotone try. Ooh, slight miss shot on that snowball. Hoffman is setting up for another isolation. Magneto is a perfect choice. No, great knockback this time by Fenidex to counter that out here. And Hoffman caught him on the terrain. Nearly getting torn out this time. Up to the high ground. Ooh, hello, Hella. Pinnacle takes out Fox. Ollie is able to take out Pinnacle as they're trying to turn this round. Goddess of Death on the point. That'll weaken everyone. In time for a crack and impact. Fate of both worlds comes in, though it's Chemicals in the backline. Soul Xyphen. Soldier's Fist to get out of danger. It's a pickup. Meaning reset number 3. Onto Monotone. Right as the Fate of both worlds expires, which means it will run down and they will not be able to get a reset as they are too far back. The red team, Erronite, so close to grabbing the point right now, just a little bit further away. Hunter's Sight shut down there. The run-in by Pinnacle with no mercy. Pinnacle is terrifying here. Luffy with a Fate of both worlds to give their team a little bit of a counter sustain here. It's 99%, but it's also about 99% on the charge there for Erronite to try and bring themselves back in. Pinnacle picks up another elimination as Chemicals takes to the sky with a Goddess of Death. Will be pinged out of it so quickly. Fox swaps to the Doctor Strange, has ported their team back in so they can try and sustain this from above. Try and reinforce as fast as they can, but with 8 seconds, 4 seconds left on those reinforcements. Is anyone going to be able to make it in time? Pinnacle with the Psionic Seduction pulls in Betts out of their high ground position. And with 1 left, it's picked up by Wolverine and Flamme, and that is going to be a clean 2-0 by a rival 7. Nicely done, a rival 7. I've cast them a couple times and they have shown incredible potential. They are a strong team. I've also been covering them with the Rivals Esports recap where they have been performing into Final Fours in multiple tournaments, getting close to Final 2s in some. They are nipping at the heels of the 100 Thieves, of the Sentinels of the world, and they are trying to prove themselves and find themselves that extra spot. Looking at the statistics here, very spread out in terms of eliminations, but it is going to be, as we would have suspected here, Pinnacle with the most eliminations, only by 2, beating out Chemicals and Hoffman with 19, Pinnacle with 21. But 10 final hits, 1 more than Chemicals, and they also have the top damage in the game. And the top tankiness in the game, almost the least amount of times getting eliminated, if it weren't for Flamme never going down, and of course they are the strategists, so they don't have the top healing, that in fact does go over to Flamme. earning them that well-deserved MVP, but Pinnacle, equally viable recipient. Top damage blocked, only getting taken out once, most final hits, most eliminations. Pinnacle, just mwah, chef's kiss. An incredible game setup for them here. Another game down, many more to go. Let's find out where we are going next and check this Discord message to see if it is Netties saying, hey, come join us. Ah, no, it is an engagement party. Lovely. Exciting. I do love love. Pretty neat. Let me know in the comments if you love love. Personally, I think pretty neat. Alright. Means that Arrival 7, which means the next one is this one. They are against this one. Okay. We're heading to Hell 7 again. It looks like I'm doubling up on maps a little bit today. Unintentional, but seems to be the case. As we are heading on in. One of these teams is 10-0, the other one is 8-2, similar to last time, which means one of these teams is likely not qualifying, as the 9-1 seems to be the buffer, and even then, some teams aren't making it in. So which team's qualifying and which one isn't? We have Alt Sustain and MR Better OW. What could those letters stand for? I don't know. Let me know in the comments. It's definitely not me farming engagement by feigning ignorance. Let me know. In fact, let me know wrong answers only. MR Better OW. Wrong answers only. What does it stand for? We're starting off with Groot and the Human Torch getting banned away. A very early protect onto Hulk. Not too surprising to see the Loki protected here. Wolverine taken away. Wolverine into Hulk. Can be a hit and miss matchup, but Wolverine, of course, can isolate Hulk pretty effectively. Namor taken out with that Hulk on the board. Don't want to deal with it, but that does leave Iron Man open for a possible protect from MR Better OW. We'll have to see. And there it is. Iron Man will be protected by MR. Hela has yet to be touched, as have Psylocke. Both of these would be reasonable counters to an Iron Man star, but it's going to be the Magneto, that magnetic barrier. It's a great pick up here to be removed with that Invincible Pulse cannon being shut down so hard by it. Captain America also has not been touched here. Could be Invisible Woman taken out. Remove one of the supports for that Iron Man. Prevent it from really snowballing across the board. And well, yeah, we're talking about anti-flyers. That will certainly do the job as Iron Fist has entered the board. And the choice between Hela and Psylocke completely left open here. So it's going to be Psylocke and Iron Fist as the double pickup. And quite frankly, I don't think that Iron Man is going to live up to their name in terms of how much fun they're going to have. Against that duo, I don't think it's going to be that name. We'll have to see. We'll keep an eye out. I would personally look at that and I'd say, danger, danger, Will Robinson. All right, let's introduce our players. Ladies and gentlemen, on the left-hand side, in the blue trunks, it is Alt Sustain. I know basically none of the players in this game, so this is all going to be a surprise for me. We have Waifu? Weifu? I assume it's meant to be waifu, if I had to guess, on the Doctor Strange. Jobless player! Gonna be playing that Iron Fist. I am a jobless caster unless Netties want to get in touch and give me a job. Application has been sent. Here on that Iron Fist. Sleepy! Me too, mate! If rivals want to fix that too, that'd be amazing. They're going to be on the Lunar Snow. Waffs going to be playing that Loki. Rilla of the Glow kind? We don't know. They're going to be on that Emma Frost. Cute puppies! I'll take them too, please. Going to be on the Hela. They are Alt Sustain. And on the right, it is MR Better OW, with Psylocke being played by Ozzy 2 times. We have Cosex. Don't make me do maths. Caster math never works. They are on the Cloak and Dagger. RuneScape lover. I know one of my friends would love this player. They are going to be on the Emma Frost. Roshan's Gift. Going to be on that incredible Hulk. That's okay. Dathiansu. They will be on the Rocket, and Enjoyable will be playing the Iron Man. Immediately getting targeted down here. You can see the Hella shots just whizzing past their head as they are taken down by Jobless Player, who is deep in there, chasing down the Emma Frost, looking for the Cloak and Dagger here. The lock-on, quick Cloak with the Terror Cape to get out of danger, but they're locked down, and they've staggered the... they've staggered Bruce Bada. That's going to be rough. There's going to be such a long respawn now. They're so disjointed from the rest of their team now. We haven't seen that to that level in a while. Because the fact is, Hulk has been out of the meta for so long. But that is the risk of it. Being staggered so much, being so far behind the rest of your team. Luckily, Hulk rollout is not the slowest. Everyone up on the high ground here for ult sustain. I have Agamotto at the ready for Waifu. Unibeam coming in. Jobless Player took out Enjoyable again. Here comes the Cosmic Yard Amplifier from Dathiansu to try and help them break on through. Jobless Player getting targeted down there by that Psionic Seduction, which will lock them in, but there's no follow-up as their team is completely split after the Butterfly comes out, as does the Eternal Bond. Agamotto will come out here, counter Psionic Seduction, as again, no one's able to find the angle here. Waps is up on the high ground, trying to find the right position. Roshan's Gift has entered the battle. Gonna go into that Monster Hulk form to try and give their team chance. But look, can you see any red health bars? I can't, because Roshan's Gift is all that's left here. They're focused down again, and this time, no staggering. They are taken down. Enjoyable have decided they're not having fun and have swapped to the Hella. Meaning that Aussie is now on the Psylocke. Looking for their opportunity to maybe step back in, picks up the map heal. Jobless Player, quick over heal to make sure that they are ready. Takes an immediate hit there. Dragon Kick. Trying to chase down the Psylocke, which will be taken down. Aussie goes down. Jobless Player into the backline, forces Bada back into Bada form, out of that Hulk form, and is relentless back here with 52 health left. Will make their way back, heal up, and now they are over-shielded to re-engage. Going in for the flying Hella, keeping them off the point. That is round number 1. Convincingly taken there. Ult sustain. Performing very nicely so far. And yeah, the reaction. Oh, you're playing an Iron Man. Alright, we guess. If you insist. Well, I guess we'll punch it. And it's been working very well so far. Is it worth swapping off of that Incredible Hulk? If you're going to get focused down that much, if you're going to be targeted, if you're going to be staggered from your team, is there a better option? Something that can potentially deal with that Iron Fist. We're talking like potentially the Thing. Potentially Magneto to try and knock him back. It will be a little bit more difficult. Groot got bad. I think Magneto was as well, actually. Penny even. Make it hard to justify the engage. But no, they're going to stick with it. As Aussie is going to be the one who moves on to Iron Man. They're just doubling down to Iron Man here. Waifu is portaling the team in. And is splitting the team in two. The front line is already way past this point, so it's the back line that gets dove in on. Jobless Player just picked up a double. Living Weapon melts them down. Chasing that Loki all the way back to spawn. It's a triple. Might be a Jobless Player, but looking to make this a career as they are cleaning up right now. Jobless Player is never going to get to play this again for the rest of the tournament. It is going to be banned every time, I am telling you now. Any team that does their research, unless they are that confident into Iron Fist, is going to be banning this every single time. Jobless player gets melted down by the Unibeam as Aussie is playing a little bit further back, just in amongst the rest of their team here. Visible Pulse Cannon at the ready, up above. Oh, the snowball shuts it down. Sent onto the half cooldown. Here comes the Eye of Agamotto with the Psionic Seduction from RuneScape Lover to try and turn it round. And so far, no one's going down, cause with their own fate of both worlds to match Sleepy. Waifu's dropping low, but is being healed up, holding it together. You can see they've got that cost of magic with the Pulse Cannon. This time comes out point blank. You know what? You know what? That was personal, and I get it. Point blank solo ult onto the Iron Fist. I get it. That is a reaction of emotion, but it's going to feel so good. And hopefully that will give them the momentum, the motivation to start bringing this round back. As MR Better OW are looking for an opportunity, Cute Puppies will fall. The tactical retreat on 70%. Ult sustained, still have control of the point, but we're seeing the regroup out of MR Better OW. Jobless player gets locked down with that radioactive lockdown, going to make their way up to the high ground, and once again focuses down that Hella. Iron Man was just on the flank there. Going to ignore them at least for this stage, taking out some Loki clones instead. Quick overheal. Down goes that Emma Frost. Iron Man been kind of ignored there. Eye of Agamotto comes out, and the rest of the team is going to be deleted. Here comes the chase, lock on, and taking them down. And with overtime ticking down, the Hulk is all that's left. Transforming, nothing to do. Living weapon for style. And that is going to be the game going over to ult sustain, a well-deserved 10-0. Guaranteeing them their spot in that single elimination final 32. To try and make their way in. Waifu taking the MVP there. We're seeing Strange creeping in to more games here. Wow, 19-0 for Waifu. No wonder they got the MVP with 7 final hits, only being beaten out by Jobless player. Top damage is going to be Waifu, though, beating out Rilla, who was on the Emma Frost, which isn't easy. Oh, no, never mind. Cute Puppies did beat them by 12. 12 damage is what lies between the top damage dealers, and Cute Puppies is the one to get it. 9,941 to 9,953. Top damage blocked. Also very close, but a couple hundred this time in it. It is going to be Waifu with 21k 900 compared to 21k and 500 of Roshan's gift. And top healing. Very little competition this time. Wavs with 20k healing, Sleepy with 14k, Kozex with 15, 11 for Daithiensu. It is a pretty convincing top healing output for Wafs there. They will take that prize with them. Nicely done. An intense matchup between these teams as we are getting ready for our next matchup. So hang on, that was number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 2 more. Next up is that one. A couple more teams that I might not be as familiar with coming up. Nope, that's MRC. We do it live, except we don't, because we're not at 5,000 subs yet. Make sure you subscribe. If you get to us to 5,000 subs, I will be starting to live stream, meaning that you could have been watching me casting these games live, and I could be using these gaps to interact and chat with y'all. So, yeah. Subscribe! Tell your friends to subscribe if they like the esports. Okay, we won that one. Okay. And versus this team. Okay, we're heading to Krakoa for our next matchup. Scores for these teams, 10-0 and 4 out of 6 games, meaning no chance of qualifying. They could have at max gone 8 and 2. Meaning that one of these teams did not qualify. Remember, you have to get a 9 to have, like, any chance of qualifying here. So, let's see who we have going on here. It is wonderful team name to help me read, 0.17.1. And they are versus Citadel. Now, there are some names I am extremely familiar with here, especially on Citadel. Valentina Eve, Velocity, Fraud, Monster, and Maith I'm all familiar with. Yusha, I don't think I am actually that familiar with. I think they are new to me. And that's for the entirety of 0.17.1. I do not believe I have covered any of them either. But we have seen upsets before. We're going to see Hella taken away, as is Captain America. Not even touched in the last ban phase that we covered, but in this one, already being prioritized. Human Torch is allowed on through, not being banned the first rotation, so is immediately going to be protected. As is Emma Frost. Such huge jumps in priority this season. Emma, of course, only was just released this season. Ultron coming soon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're as excited as I am. A new strategist is always wonderful, and a flying one as well is always nice. I sort of alternate between strategist and vanguard. On the odd occasion, I will be called on to do damage. I am almost always going to be on Namor or the Iron Man myself, because I'm usually going to be forced onto it, so I'd rather just make sure that our backline is safe, because at my rank, everyone plays dive. I also Winter Soldier from time to time. Or, you know, I'll sometimes bring out the DPS Jeff. Rest in peace, by the way. Who wants gameplay variation? Who needs that? As we're going to see the Hulk taken away, as is Psylocke, allowing Loki to make their way onto the board. A lot of backline divers are being removed here, but we're still seeing the protection onto Loki. And for good reason. Look at 0.17.1. Looking at a Spider-Man Venom combo, perhaps, as Iron Man will be taken away, even with the Hulk already banned. Citadel not wanting to deal with it. Final ban. Gonna be the Invisible Woman. Interesting. Taking that away from empowering that Human Torch. Luna Snow is protected though, so they have options. Citadel! They are looking at the double flyers here. Human Torch and Storm. When we were heading into Season 1, into Season 2, sorry, this is kind of what people expected to be the thing. Except for, you know, the thing. But it seems that it's only creeping into the odd game here or there. But on the other side, Groot made it through the ban phase. We're seeing that come up along with a Spider-Man Venom combo and a Human Torch of their own. This is a terrifying composition for 0.17.1. Citadel, it's a lot more standard. They're also running what would be considered to be potentially less optimal strategists, but with the Rocket to heal the front line and the Cloak and Dagger to heal the flyers, they are focusing onto different targets. So instead of going for a Luna Snow that just kind of heals one of the flyers, they are committing to both of them. Currently, Valentina Eve has actually swapped onto Jeff, but that might just be for a quick rollout. Ah, I see. Are they mixing it up?
3, 2, 1.
Yep, there we go. All right, back onto it. Jeff for a quick speed boost to get out of spawn, which was pointless because they're going to portal.
I can feel the
Oh, what a mix-up here. Are they sort of vanguarding? Sorry, strategist. There we go. Velocity is not going to be rocketing. They are going for the Cloak and Dagger and the Luna. Okay, I am glad they're doing that. Let's introduce our players on the left-hand side. And it's going to be TNFPS, who is taken down on that Human Torch. Cinnery will be playing the Luna Snow, also taken out. Victus Ambrosia is playing the Spider-Man. Kid Maniac is playing Venom. Anakin Sims, I believe is what that is. Not Anakinisms. They are going to be playing that Loki. And Dragos will be playing the Groot. They are 0.17.1. Sounds like a radio station. This is 0.17.1. Marvel Rivals FM. Giving you the hottest beats by Luna Snow. And on the right-hand side, it is Citadel with Yusha playing the Human Torch. Valentina Eve is on the Cloak and Dagger. Velocity on Lunar Snow. Fraud is playing Storm. Monster will be bringing out the Emma Frost. And Mace with a blow-up is going to be playing Doctor Strange. And right now, Citadel seem to have full control. They've locked in the carousel here and are holding the point as 0.17.1 have yet to find many eliminations, if any. They found one elimination with Cinery able to pick up a final hit here. Victus Ambrosia getting spotted on the rotation. Citadel, they've got their heads on a swivel. Here it comes. Trying to take him down, focus down, and not finding a target there. Does find a comfy chair, though. Here comes the Omega Hurricane with the Supernova Firestorm! There was no hope for Luna. They were never going to get away with that. Spider-Man is taken down as well. Victus Ambrosia falls. It's still going, and Fraud. There was never any hope that they would get away with that. Kid Maniac is on the run. Gonna try and take the 1v1, will get away. 95, I have Agamotto to prevent them from touching the point. The commitment, but it is still going to be making it to the point. Fictitious Ambrosia, but Tyr is now all that's touching along with Dragos. Tyr is dropping low. Dragos is trying to tag, but they are cleaned off the point. And unless Kid Maniac can pull off the rollout of a lifetime, that is going to be round number 1 going over to Citadel. But 3 members of Citadel did fall in that last fight. There is still hope for 0.17.1. They can still turn this round. But they need to start capitalizing. Let's look at the halftime statistics. We have 4 eliminations at the end of that game, and almost all of them were in that final fight. Dragos with 2, Tyr with 1. Fictitious Ambrosia has 0 eliminations and has managed to do 966 damage. The Venom has done 464. This is a swap situation. This is a you change characters. You might be believing in your strategy, but the fact is they have shut you down at literally every turn. You have not found the engages. You have not found the combos. You have ultimate. Maybe drop that, but that's about it. Otherwise, there may need to be some swap-offs here. On the other side, 7 final hits for Yusha. 3 for Fraud, all of which are from that one ultimate. Portal coming in. Looking for Tyr, who Flaming Meteor's in, tries to hold the line as Fraud will take out Anakin Sims. Chasing them down, looking for the low ground. Tyr is dropped low. Tyr falls to Mace. Psionic Seduction from Monster to lock them in. Cinery is going to get dropped. There comes that spectacular spin to buy some time, to turn it round, to do something with the Spider-Man. And they finally got something, but they're going to get locked down by Monster on that Emma Frost, who is tanking beautifully right now, holding the line. Down goes Venom. Spidey's back in, but finally the numbers are too overwhelming. Somehow we just froze fire. Fate of both worlds for Velocity is still keeping this point held. Allowing time for the reinforcements to make their way in. Mace will be the one to touch the point next. Driving back the Magneto. They're trying to hold this point. Dragos is getting focused down. Fix Ambrosia is still on Spider-Man. Coming back in once again. Tyr on this Human Torch to try and bring this back. Fraud is dropped low, will get taken down by Anakin Sims, but the point is taken by Citadels. Much more intense fight that time, but they had to use basically every ultimate in order to do so. 0.17.1. Now forced to play on the offensive. Hey! Fix Ambrosia was able to take down Yusha this time. Finally able to find the angle they want. Actually getting a Tracer mark onto the Storm there, but choosing not to take the engage. That's going to be an eternal bond from Valentina E. Fraud takes down Dragos, and Fictitious should be waiting this out. Fate of both worlds, trying to keep Tyr up. Down they go. Cineri is down, and Anakinisms is going to be melted. Incredibly outnumbered. That's a 6v1. They go down. Where are you going? Going to be wrapping around, playing safe, going deep into the backline, waiting for their team to return so that they can try and move in. They've been spotted by Yusha. Is there a way around? Yes, there is. Able to make their way back round into the back line. This could be their opportunity to try and find a target. Nicely done to Valentina Eve. Not landing the finishing blow, going to have to drop the spectacular spin. Gets one. With the help of Kid Maniac, they get two. And it looks like these two are starting to find their feet as Fraud, Omega Hurricane, this is about to be a solo and it's about to feel mean. Cineri is running away as fast as they can. Gets an iron barrier there. Nice protection, nice shutdown there. And finally, 0.17.1 are on the board, beginning their comeback. They have more patience than I do. I would have panicked, I would have swapped, and they stick with it. They believe in their strategy, and they did not panic. They turn it around. Supernova trying to get onto Yusha. Fate of both ones going to be coming in, but that is immediate M to take down Velocity. Supernova is deactivated. Monster's going to try and send this in with their own psionic seduction, but Cineri is keeping the team topped up in the back line as another double elimination coming in from Team Spider. Victus Ambrosia holding the line. Mace will fall. That's going to be Storm, the blow-up, but it's not enough. The strategists are on point. Escaping via portal. Okay, interesting. Mace going to be portaling in with the normal map portals as opposed to their own portal. Yusha on the Iron Fist here. Moving off of the Human Torch, but here comes the Supernova from Tier to try and hold this point, making this as toxic an area as possible. Flaming Meteor! Yusha takes out Dragon's Victus, Ambrosia takes out Velocity, as here comes the Omega Hurricane to try and time it. But the end of the Fate of both worlds will take down Cineri. Tier is able to get rid of Yusha on the meantime, though, as another pickup for Kid Maniac. 0.17.1 have brought this back in a way that round one made it look impossible, and they are holding. They've taken the lead. Victus rolling out back in. They have this spectacular spin, diving in deep. They drop it. Only find one, maybe a little bit overkill, but the fact is their team hold the point with 96, 97. Iron Fist needs to be stopped. Here comes Magneto as well. It's all about rollouts right now. Nice lockdown into Velocity, preventing the reinforcements. No heals. If you prevent the heals, you stop the reinforcements with a portal. The rollouts are so fast. Trying to get to Cloak and Dagger, but they quickly swapped out to buy the time to get out there as Victus backs away, portals out. The time is ticking down. Monster is holding as best they can, as is Mace, but they can't keep stepping off the point to buy time. Monster is down. Yusha is rotating back in to try and buy the extra time. Fraud arrives to touch, but it's just too late. And evening it up, 0.17.1. Showing that that round one may have been them just a little bit of teething issues, a little bit of getting used to this format, getting used to such a high-level opponent, but they have brought it back. Evening up the score versus Citadel. It is now anyone's game.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It comes down to this. No alterations for 0.17.1. Choosing to run the exact same stuff again. Whereas Citadel, they have chosen to adjust. It is time to bring out the Star-Lord. Invulnerability frames to counteract the Spider-Man. Triple Strategist. Adam Warlock with the extra sustain from that Soul Bond. What a rollout. Good lord. That was so fast. Good lord, Fraud. A lot of pressure is going to be on Yusha and Fraud in this game. Yusha for those soul bonds. Fraud to be able to survive. Spider-Man engages if Spider-Man chooses to try and track them down. Yusha's trying to drop as much damage as they can as well. Fraud already in there on the low ground. In comes Kid Maniac with the feast from the Abyss. Soulbond, they're trying to wait it out, but it's going to get blocked out by Magneto. Galactic Legend coming in right at the back. Velocity picked up the double. Fraud gets another double. And Spider-Man is already gone. Oh, Chase through the portal. And they're going to swing away. Victus getting tracked down here. Staying mobile because they're literally getting chased. Fraud is trying to find them. But it looks like Spider-Man was able to get away this time as the team begins their reinforcement. Dragos returning to the point. Tyr has Supernova. Getting tracked down though by Star-Lord, who can beat basically any other flyer in a mid-air duel except for maybe Storm. Media M for Mace and for Dragos as they both send them in. Neither one finding an elimination. Soul Rejuvenation for Velocity as Yusha is trying to track down that Venom. Going to be pushing up, staying with their own Mantis chased on in here. Venom trying to dive Yusha so aggressively here, and Yusha has found himself isolated. Victus goes in for a spectacular spin, not finding a target they want, but they still are able to take out Valentina Eve. That was an interesting swing. But it looks like 0.17.1 are starting to turn this, but for how long? Yusha going to be dropping that Karmic Revival, keeping the team topped up. That was an aggressive portal into the Soulbond to buy that team that extra protection. Fraud comes back from the cocoon. And with 82%, Citadel have held the point. That revive might be enough to hold this down. Monster has the Psionic Seduction. Could potentially stop a re-engage as here they come from above. 92, 93, 94. Finds Aegis. Venom's going to touch that point. Diamond Form gonna kick them off to buy every extra second here, pushing on him, but the rest of the team has already arrived for the reinforcement. They come to Loki Clones, Psionic Seduction, taking out Anakin Sims, which means Loki Clones are off the board. No more regeneration domain. That is Venom locked down, focused down, Symbiotic Resilience not available, and that might be it, unless Victus can pull off the miracle, which they can't. That is gonna be Citadel taking the 2-1. They went 10-0. 0.17.1, they've shown they have the potential, but it is going to be a Citadel victory. They will qualify for that round of 32. 0.17.1 will have to try again for MRC. Nicely done. Strong performances there. Looking at these final statistics. Victus Ambrosia, they certainly made me eat my words from that, quite frankly, rough first round. They became the highest final hits character in the game with 14. They really brought it back. It was a rough start, but their team believed in them. They believed in themselves. I am proud of them. That is such a good turnaround to be able to have that rough of a game and not tilt. And come in and bring it back and put on a spectacular performance. Second highest final hits in the game, sorry, because Yusha has the highest with 16 final hits here. Most eliminations, though, does go over to Fraud with 33. Least amount, look at how many people got eliminated. Everyone went down a lot here. Least amount of times getting eliminated is Monster with 5 times getting taken out. Most damage done is going to be the 20k of Tyr. 1k more than Fraud, able to snipe it right at the end there. And damage blocked, going to be the 30k of Dragos, just beating out Mace by 3k. And finally, the healing, 29k by Valentina Eve, giving them some great extra sustain for their team, keeping their flyers up during that first round. And they only got taken out 6 times, second lowest in the game. Mace also only got taken out 5 times as well, by the way. I missed that and misread it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. After next game, I will be taking another break, so let's get set up for that. Trying to keep myself alive and full of energy so I can keep bringing these games to you in an entertaining fashion without burning myself out. I also recently had a return of my childhood asthma, so I'm trying to keep my breathing under control as well. So we're trying to keep that managed. All right. Open qualifiers. Got these in front of me just in case. All right, we are on to this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, that one. Whew, even with the aircon, it is getting hot in here. It is a warm day, warm, sunny day in sunny United Kingdom. And that is the game we are picking. So, in this one team went 10-0, one team went 6-4. So, only one of these teams qualified once again. As we are heading in. Reminder, if you are enjoying... What is happening with my hair on this side? Whatever. If you're enjoying these games, remember to like the video, comment, and subscribe. Ring that notification bell so you see when I put stuff out. You can even ring that notification bell so you can see when I release the Rivals Esports recap. It doesn't get pushed out to as many people. YouTube does not like this kind of show. It does not think it's going to succeed. If you like your Rivals Esports news in a easy-to-view format and this face, then make sure you ring that bell so you can see when it comes out and try and beat the algorithm into submission to sort of it worked for me, for I will be the new Ultron, despite being extremely fleshy. Let's head on in. We have Spider-Man and Psylocke getting taken out in this matchup between Rank X and Band of Bozos. I misread this when I loaded it on in as Band of Bezos, but it is not that. We've got a couple familiar names from my top ranked game cast in the form of Warrior and Stinkers, both of which I have cast fairly recently. Gonna be an Invisible Woman ban, but a protection onto the Hulk, opening up the possibility of a Namor, of course, or a Iron Man. Why did I say that like that? Oh, he's an Iron Man, you say. How utterly droll. I've turned into a British dandy. The Groot will be taken out. I'm going to stop that. Groot is gone, removing that big frontline zoning potential, the hyper damage output that a good Groot can show. Last protection that Rank X will get their hands on. They protect Lunar Snow with the Invisible Woman taken away. Having that snowball onto a Human Torch could be the difference between, you know, keeping it alive and getting it taken out. Rocket protection is interesting. Again, we don't see that too often. But it does have its place. And Bozos, their final ban here. No front lines have really been touched. Groot's been banned and Hulk has been saved, but Emma Frost and Captain America have both been left alone so far. This ban, as Storm will be taken out, trying to remove the Firestorm, and there is the ban onto Namor. If we're going to be running the Human Torch, much more scared of Namor than we are of Iron Man. Looks like we are seeing that Hulk. Hela also making it through the ban phase. You can see being hovered here. Oh, it's Illy Skulls! Hey, Illy Skulls, I do recognize that name. Illy Skulls, for those who don't remember the game, is the player who managed to get 2 portal traps on spawn in the same game, both times playing strange, portaling from their own spawn to trap enemy players, and then swapping to Spider-Man to roll back out and rejoin their team before the opponents have even reached the halfway point between the spawn point and the actual objective. Illy Skulls is an absolute baller. I am excited to see him here. Didn't even remember I got so many players, but that is hype. Oh my god, we got a lot of players we know then. Let's go. Let's introduce them. On the left-hand side, in the blue trunks, on defense, it is Rank X with Kestox playing the Captain America. Emily will be playing the Human Torch. Warrior is on the Loki. Stinkers TTV will be playing that Iron Fist. Ethan X FPS TTV is on that Magneto. UCLA Death. I guess that would be Euclid Death because there's no, like, differentiation between where one word starts and the other begins. Or it could just be UCLA, DEATH. Either way, they're on the Lunar Snow. And on the right-hand side, Band of Bozos. We'll start from the other side because people are already eliminated. Illy Skulls starting off on the Punisher here. Deleted 404 on the Rocket Raccoon. Oh, good lord. Erebus, brah. Erebus, brah? Erebus, brah, because it's like Aegis. Erebus, brah, is going to be on that Hulk. Fallen Joey is on the Lunar Snow. The Hiss. That's a great name. I love that. They are going to be, it sounds like a wrestling name. They are going to be on the Magneto. And Venomoso will be on that Iron Fist, not the Venom. Making their way up to the high ground as essentially a flyer as the Supernova is going to be coming out from Emily with a flaming meteor to make their way down to the low ground so they get a better angle away from that Iron Fist. And whoa, that choke point is not a nice place to be. Fate of both worlds from Fallen Joey though is allowed them to try and turn this round as Warrior, their God of Mischief, also where their own Fate of both worlds about to expire, meaning UCLA is going to be the only one with a defensive ultimate here. Media M to buy a little bit of time, directed onto Fallen Joey, but they give their life for it as Illy Skulls is going to be taking them down. Here comes Venomoso trying to get onto the backline, trying to track down that Captain America. It's something that Ivan is very good at. The big advantage of Captain America is how fast he is, how sticky he can be, how easy it is for him to leave if he gets engaged on. That's the Hiss. Media M not able to find elimination. But Venomoso, the Iron Fist, is able to track the Captain America, can follow them, can make it harder for them to leave and turn it around as UCLA is living up to their name here. Forced up to the high ground, but they're still pushing in. Band of Bozos starting to turn this round. Ethan taken out here. Illy sieging in from a side. That's going to be a Pyro Prison. Not enough for a finishing blow as Emily has been forced into the tunnel. The entrance way to Grand Central Station. Aggressive movement here from Erebus. Erebus, brah. Gets shielded up, gets out. Easy peasy, brah. Nicely done. Emily has Supernova holding on to it. Here comes Pyro Prison, trying to guarantee it here. Setting up a couple of those fire tornadoes to take out that Cosmic Yard Amplifier. Moves on in with Flaming Meteor. And has set up a beautiful zone here as the Monster Hulk comes on in from Erebus to turn this round. Band of Bozos are committing to this. Living Weapon is available, but I think Venomoso realizes their team has been wiped off the board here and will try and disengage. Uh-oh. Oh, they've been rumbled. Deflect, zoned, dodge. And will get taken out by the charge of Kestox. Illy landing a couple shots, trading out here. Both teams with this Iron Fist has been banned out in so many games so far. Into the backline, solid damage output here. Not going to be committing to a hard backline engage as opposed to Venomoso, who is diving on in here, trying to get anyone they can. Fate of both worlds, though, will likely shut this down from Fallen Joey and UCLA. Neither one able to find the right advantage here as Freedom Charge comes on in. Media M, point blank dive to deflect into the sky. What a play! Kestox is going to be countering that as Illy takes out Warrior. Going to try and duel out that Human Torch, but it's not going to be enough as Emily takes them down, but has dropped themselves. An intense matchup. That card is held on overtime, but the blue health bars are starting to disappear. Stinkers trying to take down the backliners as the Cosmic Yard Amplifier will come in. Keep that overtime ticking. Rank X is holding the line, buying time for their team to make their way back in. Kestox has returned as well. Those defensive ultimates are starting to fall here. But Band of Bozos, they do have Monster Hulk to try and delay this card if need be, but they're just holding on to it. Hypermobile, keep that Hulk moving. In the meantime, in the backline, here comes Living Weapon. Takes out two with the help of Kestox. Warrior with that Fate of both worlds from that God of Mischief, and that Fire Tornado from the Supernova is enough to clean out Band of Bozos, and Rank X will hold on 0 points, 125 meters, 98 centimeters.
Switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
An intense round number one. Bada Bozos getting a pretty solid push, but getting shut down by Rank X. Stinkers even Black Panthering this round. With them on attack, they've decided to go even more aggressive here. Believing that Iron Fist is not the tool. It's time for backline annihilation. Band of Bozos, they are also thinking about mixing it up here, as magic is being hovered here by Venomoso. Black Panther was also being hovered. Made it out of spawn. And looks like that's what we're seeing here. Venomoso
Get ready.
thinking magic is the tool they need. Backline annihilation is the name of the game here. Illy has moved their way over to the human torch of their own here. Let's see if that's going to work out in their favor here.
Battle starts in 5, 4,
Emily moved off the human torch onto the Hella. And Stinkers has decided that Black Panther is not the choice. They're going to stick with the Iron Fist. Venomoso already up to the high ground, chasing in onto Stinkers, trying to take the duel, but will get taken out here as Stinkers is relentless. They're already back here, chasing down Rocket, who is on the run in the ceiling. Stinkers will take them down, chases back Hulk, who is now going to get staggered. Nope, they're too close to the spawn. No reason to stagger, just take him out. Down goes the magic, and the Iron Fist Captain America combo, there's a reason it is bad now, is relentless. It's just constantly diving onto you here as Illy Skulls chooses to try Wolverine to meld on through and takes out Stinkers. If your opponent's being that mobile and that aggressive, you lock them down. Illy giving it their best bet, but who's on the cart? It's going to be the Hiss. I keep wanting to say it like a wrestling intro. You'll never beat the Hiss, brother. I don't know which voice that was. I was sort of halfway between the Macho Man and another one. Erebus dropped out to half HP as Bada Bozos are starting to melt. Deleted is trying to make their way back to the point. Illy, final stand, and it's literally going to be that because no one else is close to the cart. That is going to be GG. Rank X clean them out in an incredibly quick round. The momentum of diving the backline, giving so little time to react, is going to allow for the win. Rag X, well-deserved MVP there for Stinkers TTV. Putting on a beautiful performance here. Top statistics here, 25 eliminations, with 13 of which being final hits. Least amount of times getting eliminated is Kestox. I told you of just like how hard it is to track down and finish off a good Captain America player. It's why they're getting a bit of a sustained nerf in season 2.5. Top DPS, gonna be Emily with 18,000 damage over the course of that game. Double everyone else in this game except for Venomoso, who got 14k. Sorry, everyone else on the enemy team, or Bada Bozos. Venomoso with 14k. Top damage blocked, 19k. Going to be the winning number there for Erebus. Erebus Bra trying everything they could. Sorry, no, it's the Hiss. 19k. Erebus got 18k. The Hiss got 19k. Only taken up 4 times as well there. Nicely done. It was very much a backline targeting game here for the side of Rank X. You can see that's going to be 8 eliminations onto Illy Skulls, 8 onto Fallen Joey. Had a little bit of a rough time getting targeted back there. And top healing. 18k for deleted 404. It's 2k more than UCLA. 3k more than Warrior, who was on the healing that game. They are also a very good Mr. Fantastic player. So there's a little bit of flexibility in the draft for Rank X in the future. We'll have to keep an eye on them. As once again, they went 10-0. They are qualified for that round of 32. Very cool to see. For now, though, that is the end of our 8th game, meaning I am going to take another break to rest my voice to make sure I can do this, so that I can get all these games out to you without destroying my voice for the single elimination bracket phase tomorrow. We're already at 2 hours. We're halfway through. This is going to be a long video, so please watch it with ad block off. I try to minimize the amount of ads just between series. It would really help out. This is a big one. This is a long one. Like it. Watch it all the way through. There's going to be a playlist of all of these qualifiers. Watch the playlist. You can support the channel that way because it's going to add that watch time up for the channel, which means YouTube might start promoting it more again. So please check that out. Help me out. Like, comment, subscribe. Do all the things that boost this video in the algorithm. I'm going to take my break, and I will be back in just a moment. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading in to game number 7. We are past the halfway point. We are past the 2-hour mark, which means we're already past how long EMEA went yesterday. I'm going to be here a while. I hope you all are enjoying, because I'm going to be very tired tomorrow. Let's head on in. This is what happens when I set expectations for myself. Don't expect me to do this exact thing again. This might be a bit too much. We will see. All right. Let's head on in. If this is like a live stream, it's fine because they have like pre-inbuilt breaks that are far longer than I give myself. And there's a co-caster usually. Doing a solo is crazy. Speaking of, we got Krasbag as we got Team Nemesis versus 2AM Esports. There's familiar names here. We got Dylan. We got Colin. We got Dix, Amadeum, Scanagenki, Ricky, Melophobia, Krasbag. We've got some very familiar names. Mew. One of these teams went 10-0, the other one went 6-4. Not enough for qualification, meaning that one of these teams, full of some big names, isn't making it in. So my viewership statistically is actually significantly more from the United States than it is from any of the EMEA countries, despite me, myself, being from EMEA. The American servers just seem to be a little bit more full when it comes to this game. So I've decided that in order to stimulate the comments a little bit, to say that in order to keep myself hydrated today, I have acquired myself a beverage. I'm not going to say more, but I will say that it is one of my favorites, and in order to create a little bit of a, potentially a storm in the comments, it is a blue can with large white text. And I like it! Leave your comments below. I expect maybe like 10% support and a lot of hate if people can decipher that. But that's going to stimulate the comments and get people in there, and hopefully that will create a little bit of algorithmal boost. Iron Man taken away, group protected, Iron Fist also gone. Quite an impressive banning phase so far here. Human Torch to be expected, same with Iron Fist. Wolverine is quite interesting, but that makes sense because the Hulk has been, sorry, not the Hulk, the Groot has been protected. Hulk has not been touched at all, with Namor still on the board if one of these teams wants to go that way. Let's introduce our players. On the left-hand side, in the blue trunks of Beard and T'Challa, it is going to be 2AM Esports with Dylan playing the Cloak and Dagger. Rip Ken, what they do? Ripken8138 will be playing the Lunar Snow. Antidote is on that Psylocke. Never mind, Winter Soldier. Twitch TV FPS Colin will be bringing out the Groot. MewK7 is on the Hella here. And Adverse will be playing the Magneto. On the right-hand side, it is Team Nemesis, with Krasbag playing on the Groot. Melophobia will be playing Psylocke. Ricky is playing the Lunar Snow. Scanagenki will be playing that Emma Frost. Amadeum playing that Star-Lord without that Warlock. Just going to run it in with it. And Dix is on the Cloak and Dagger. Last barrage immediately as Colin is taken down. Antidote it goes down as Scanagenki found their opening and is pushing up here. With the help of Melophobia and Amadeum, they were able to take out almost essentially a full team wipe. And the first points are going over to Nemesis. Sends in a snowball, does not find any target. As Antidote sending out the tainted voltages, trying to look for any targets. Anyone who can become a quick blow-up. The descent in terms of how much we've been seeing Winter Soldier is going to be stunning. We used to see him every round in Season 1, and now he is barely making appearances. Down they go as Team Nemesis keep control. It's a full containment setup here. Was Doctor Strange bad? He was not, so there is potential for a portal engage if needed. Spore Bomb from Krasmag. Landing quite a lot of damage here. Colin creeping forward. Wall, nicely done, good damage, straggling prison though from Krasmag, and Melophobia is going to clean that up. Adverse is in full retreat, Colin. They're going to stagger the elimination, finishes them off, and that's now 9 seconds before Colin respawns, while Dylan, Ripkin, Antidote, they're all up, and they're forced to wait even longer in spawn. Corner trap this time, Antidote dropping some damage, focus down, dance on the butterfly. Melophobia is cleaning this up as Nemesis have full control, absolute domination set up right now. Canadian. Blaster Barrage. Seeing if they can catch anyone off here, they will get taken down. But that's the fact is, no one's even close to the point for 2 AM Esports here. It's a beautiful zone, and Nemesis will take point number 1. Very solid performance here from Nemesis, taking their lead as we head to Warrior Falls. For round number 2, we have seen a comeback of similar proportions previously. Could we see another incredible comeback here?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We'll have to see. Could we see a return on the level of 0.17.1? Nearly bringing it back in our previous, in the series before last. We're going to be seeing a Starlord composition coming out from 2 AM Esports here as Ripkin moves over to the Adam Warlock, and Antidote will be the one on the Starlord here. This does mean a Starlord, a Adam Warlock in a double strategist composition, a comp that we really don't see very often. Ricky going to bubble their team out of spawn and swap to Luna, who has the fast rollout because she moves quickly. Going to be healing up their team. Krasmag taking a lot of damage as once again they're going for the full hard engage here. Beautiful straggling prison coming in there from Colin, but it's not enough for a finishing blow as the Eternal Bond keeps the side of Nemesis up, and they have taken this hallway as their own. Amadean though will be one to be taken down as Antidote goes down as well, but the difference is that Antidote comes back with a cocoon. Here comes the Soul Rejuvenation as they have gone for now the triple strategist. UK moving over to that Mantis. Ripken keeping the team topped up as Mantis falls but comes back at the cocoon. Colin goes down, won't be as lucky. Antidote taken out again, dances the butterfly into the backline, and down they go. A valiant effort, but the point goes over to Nemesis as it's another full team wipe. Melophobia currently sitting at 12 final hits, 15 eliminations. Been doing huge work for their team. Scatter Genki on 6 as well, keeping up. A massive blow up so fast. There's a reason why Psylocke is getting a little bit nerfed, and a reason why she's getting banned in almost every game. We can try to keep the team topped up. The wall blocks out the majority of that Eternal Bond here, but they're still trying to break the front line. They've created the path, but their team can't seem to follow up. Antidote is down. Ripkin is trying to find the angle, but taken out the backline as Melophobia is still here. Media M from Adverse, trying to track him down, tries to look for Dinks, but cannot find the finishing blow. Dinks just tanking through here as they drop their own Eternal Bomb, forces them back into spawn, and Nemesis have set up another entrapment. Containment is set here. No one is even close to the point. Straggling prison. Goodbye, Ripken. Mew is able to get a soul rejuvenation to try and buy a little bit of time for their team. Trying to keep their team pushing forward as Colin is looking for the angle. But here comes Skanagengi with the Psionic Seduction. Pulling in everyone here. Even getting Magneto at the end. Colin's up on the high ground. Trying to look for an angle to try and turn this round. Antidote has that Galactic Legend, but does not want to be dropping it inside a hallway, but with a Soul Bond, it could be their opportunity to try and make it happen, but they finally been able to break containment. Nemesis playing a little bit too greedy here, but Portal to reinforce to make sure that they don't lose this point 90%, but Amadia just gets wiped off the board here. Dance of the Butterfly, Melaphobia looking for another team cleanup, but they back away before finishing off the ultimate as they don't want to get caught out of position and finished off down to 4 HP and will go down to the slumber. When was the last time you saw a slumber elimination? 98% to 9%. Nemesis getting picked off one time in the enemy spawn. Gave the opportunity for 2 AM to stagger those eliminations and pick up the point for themselves. 18%. It's a long hold, but it's the furthest out of base they've been able to fight so far. Amadian and Antidote, both with those Galactic Legends at the ready. It's going to be Amadian who drops theirs first, gets slept, slumbered out here, but will be woken up. Here comes the Media M to shut it down again. They're being completely shut down these ultimates, but it's still going to take out Ripken here. Mew also going down as Antidote goes in exchange and takes out Amadian from behind. Fate of both worlds will prevent any follow-up here, and they get forced into Cocoon, taken down early here. And it looks like Nemesis have reclaimed control. Fate of both worlds about to expire. Krasback on the point, straggling prison to take him out. Here comes Mew. Group wall set up, but it's not even needed as that is going to be a 2-0. Not clean, but still dominant. Nicely done as Nemesis will take the 2-0 there and went 10-0 in their series. They are qualified for that round of 32. Very impressive work here. Statistics. 23 eliminations normally would be enough, but it's actually Krasbag with the most eliminations with 26, but it's final hits that we like to look at fairly often. 17. And a lot of those were essentially solo. Not top damage, though. Top damage does, in fact, go over to Krasbag. 13k 800, 500 more than the 13k 300 of Melaphobia. An incredibly dominant setup there. Top damage blocked will go over to Colin. They gave their absolute best to try and absorb for their team there. Getting taken out 6 times, speaking of which, the least amount of times getting taken out is Skanagengi, Dinks, and Ricky. All only getting taken out once. And top healing, 22k is going to be for Ricky. Getting 4 final hits of their own, 5k damage, not bad. Just a little bit more than Ripken. And a little bit more than Dylan, while still keeping up and doing solid healing output. Nicely done, 3k more than Diggs, 2k more than Dylan. That is going to be another game out of the way here. I have a notification. What is it? It is news about the Thor and Jeff ability tweaks. Oh, here we go. Here's where I actually find out. As for Jeff, initial balance update basically showed the non-final version of his changes. We've now corrected the announcement. We've also improved the feel of Joyful Splash, increasing its water flow speed, that's his healing, for smoother control. In the updated version, Joyful Splash now pierces both enemies and allies and enemies, healing enemies while damaging opponents. Jeff now charges ultimate faster. Interesting. Hang on, I'm having a look. Because did they still set his right click as charges? That's the important part. Yes, so his right click is still charges. So I don't know if this is going to like completely take away DPS Jeff. Sorry, this is completely irrelevant, but it's going to be relevant later in the season, so I might as well look. So, yeah, I don't know how that's going to affect it. Obviously, it's going to mean we've lost Shelly Charisma, which was a huge part of DPS Jeff, so that's a shame. But his healing now damaging means he can be more of a brawler as opposed to a flanker. I don't know, I think Jeff in like maybe triple tank comps could go really well now. I don't know. We'll get to that later. My curiosity is piqued. Curiosity is piqued. And everyone's upset about the Thor changes as well. Hammer Throw is removed from the shareability pool and now recovering lightning energy on hit. Thor can rapidly cycle between Awakening Rune, Hammer Throw, Mjolnir Bash to quickly build up energy and maintain Awakening Rune longer durations. Okay. Alright. We'll keep an eye on that one. I saw a couple people on Reddit complaining about that one, so we'll see what happens there. Okay, next match! Let's see. We are on to this one. Cool. Ooh, some big team names here if you've been keeping up with Marvel Rivals Esports for a lot of those independent tournaments. I hate that it takes you back to the main menu instead of back to the list of teams that I was looking at earlier. Okay, that one. So, once again, one of these teams is 10-0. The other is going to be 7-10. So another non-qualifying situation here. But the question is, who came out on top? Who is qualifying and who isn't? Which is surprising because one of these teams has been in so many of these independent tournaments, but won't be qualifying for that final 32. That's how many names we have, how much competition there is in the Americas. As let's head on in. We're heading to Spider Islands. It is Cafe Noir versus Empire Gaming. We've been seeing a lot of these. In fact, these teams have run into each other several times before, with Cafe Noir mostly coming out on top, but Empire Gaming have shown some promise. This could be their opportunity to cause the upset. Ah, fluids in my body. Keeping me cool on this very hot day. Gonna see the Psylocke taken away, as is the Human Torch. We're back to these again, but that means Hela has been left available. Groot gonna be protected. And that means Hulk will be removed. Interesting. Usually we've been seeing a Wolverine as the main counter ban. The second the Groot is protected. Loki banned away. Backlines are suddenly feeling a little less safe. Cafe Noir. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them protect Captain America here. If they're looking for a bit of a backline strat. No, they just keep the Emma. Realizing they're opening up the weakness to potential backline strategies, they pick someone who can at least try and crowd control divers. Invisible Woman on the board. That means potential for flyers, and we can see a bit of a hover from Cafe Noir, actually, of the Storm. And Adam Warlock taken away to try and nerf out the Star-Lord. Magneto be the final removal here. There is going to be that Iron Man being hovered by Cafe Noir here. Even though they aren't the ones who really committed, but Invisible Woman on the board. They currently seem to be arguing over who's playing what, as 4 of their players are hovering DPS. That's a bit much. We'll have to see. It's Empire Gaming. They're looking in on a pretty standard Season 1 style draft here. Winter Soldier and Hela. Groot, obviously the Emma Frost would not normally be in there, but it does fit the role quite well. Rocket, as they just started to get good at get popular at the end of the season. And a little bit of Lunar Snow to end it out. Ooh, so close. Hey, nicely done. Making up for it. Looks like Cafe Noir have decided who their DPS will be. Let's talk about it as we are heading into this game on Spider Islands. On the left-hand side, it is going to be Cafe Noir with Aimer playing that Punisher. Konuya will be playing the Rocket Raccoon. 7.62 will be playing the Iron Man. Coach is playing Lunar Snow. Todes will be playing the Emma Frost, setting a shield up for Aimer. And Iffy is on that Groot. And on the right-hand side, on attack in the red trunks, it is Empire Gaming with Irresistible playing that Emma Frost. Fruitvac TV playing the Hela. Kokanan will be playing the Groot. Rude Heart is on the Lunar Snow. HP Atlas. What is the HP of an Atlas? Answers in the comments. They are on the Winter Soldier. And Noct will be playing the Invisible Woman, trying to keep the team topped up. Trying to deal with the Heller on the high ground. Nicely done. Unempowered Unibeam, 7.62. Able to clean out the Heller, who was trying to get a good angle. And Aimer making heavy use of this culling turret. Going to be taking out the terrain so they get a clean shot and utilizing that Mine's Aegis for the extra protection to try and guarantee the setup here. Will be sent down to the low ground though. They also have that potential for the infinite ammo. In the meantime, empowered Unibeam with the damage mode, 7.62, will be backing away. Runeheart's keeping their team topped up though as they're making a move in themselves. They have a Punisher. Potential for ammo invention. Straggling Prison comes on in, does not find much. Cosmic Yard Amplifier to try and break the line. Match from the other side as in comes Final Judgment to try and melt through that group and get into this tight enclosed area. Fruitback will be taken out by a missile as they try to get onto that backline, taking them down, and that will be enough to put another stop to the push of Empire Gaming. But they have their own Final Judgment here. 7.62 takes out Runeheart as they try to step out the spawn. Those max range shots coming in from Iron Man as Empire begins to group up and begins to make their way out of spawn. Aimer is once again up on the high ground in the culling turret with a Mine's Aegis, making it so hard for them to stand up. Counter from HP Atlas in the open. But bringing theirs out a little bit later gives them the opportunity. Irresistible has been taken out by Tones. 7.62 is still up in that high ground, trying to use their flying to meld on through, get over a lot of this terrain. Will be forced to take evasive actions as they become the target of focus. Final Judgment at the ready still for HP Atlas, but so is Invincible Pulse Cannon. Just need to time it well. Straggling Prison comes on in, finds no one. Psionic Seduction from Tones as here comes the slow creep around for a potential surprise. Being very patient. And Invincible Pulse Cannon directly onto the Punisher, who gets tanking through it there with the help of the Cosmic Yard Amplifier as Atlas is starting to do big damage, trying to meld onto Iffy, chasing them down, but the wall is good. That locks them down, turning attention onto that Iron Man 7.62, who is forced out to the low ground, gets the map heal, but they are so trapped. Fruitvac will be finding that elimination as Empire Gaming are finally likely going to hit the point. Portal directly onto it to hold it with 2 meters, 70 seconds to spare. Here comes Aimer with their own Final Judgment here, launching them into the air, takes Heller out and melts them out of their ultimate and out of their life. As cleaning up, Aimer with the quadruple, looking to make it a quintuple. They hold the line, cleaning out Atlas with the help of Iffy and 7.62, taking out Coke. That is going to be a huge save from the members of Cafe Noir. Expecting a portal, Aimer goes round the back. They predicted right. So immediately with the infinite ammo, but they're still getting zoned away. That culling turret gives them a little bit of a head start in terms of the damage. You've got to come through the portal. You've got to come through soon. Invisible Pulse Cannon through the portal! Takes out Runeheart and Fruitback as the portal is starting to expire. Atlas is getting melded down, chased off the point. Leave an Invisible Woman who is trying to get away. Focus down. I am Agamotto for Irresistible. Trying to buy time, but the bodies are nowhere near. Atlas is all that's left, and they are in culling turret. Nowhere near the point. Cafe Noir will hold pre-point 1 with 113 meters and 1.5 and 15 centimeters on the board for Empire Gaming. Not a terrible push on a map like this where it's harder to get that first push going in here. Cafe Noir, though, it is surmountable. What do we see as adjustments here? Atlas currently hovering onto a tank of their own, but nope, swapping off. Looking at an Iron Man. No, they are going strange. With Star-Lord. Interesting setup here. They're trying to try a triple Vanguard of their own. We haven't been seeing much of that this season, but it does still creep in every now and again, and Empire Gaming have chosen to bring it in.
Get ready.
Triple Vanguard, hard to break. But now, what do they have really as a counter to that Iron Man? The answer is, Strange is going to have to go up there and get him. And of course, Fruit Vac. A lot of pressure on them right now, going for that hyper carry Winter Soldier. We've seen it a lot in Season 1, bringing it back for Season 2. They're going to try and break Cafe Noir with it. But 7.62, now having a lot more freedom to try and begin to break down these frontliners. With the hold, it would be great. They get the damage over time. They could be really trying to melt these here. But now it's just all about that Unibeam. Trying to maximize damage output. Great snowball! But it's still going to be enough to take out Irresistible. Down goes Coconut. Down goes Fruit Vac. Down goes Noct. Down goes Runeheart. And that's going to be Empire Gaming sent back to spawn, which we're going to see the portal coming out. Buy as much time as possible. Every inch matters, so portal immediately. Give yourself as much time as possible to run by creating as much space as possible. Invisible Pulse Cannon, point blank, takes out 2, but it is going to be a trade up here. Rocket trying to keep the team topped up. Koruya giving everything they can to keep this going as Irresistible. Atlas will fall once again, but they've bought some time. Here come the reinforcements rushing in on foot, but there's a lot more distance that Cafe Noir have to cover now. There is going to be an Iron Man now for Atlas. Couple shots coming in. The Groots trading his shots back and forth. That wall, though, above this entranceway makes it so hard to step up. Infinite ammo for Aimer to land some of that focus onto the high ground. It's a lot of damage. Look at Coconut's HP bomb melting. A 7.62 takes them down. Here comes that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier with the final judgment. 1, 2, trying to get through to fade of both worlds. One of the few abilities that can. It doesn't matter though if their team's got Invisible Pulse Cannon will find it. And that is gonna be clean with Cafe Noir taking the 2 points. 1 point, sorry. It wasn't even a single point in the last one, so they just get the point. They get the top 10. Well, top 16 in this case. They will be making it through to the final 32 with a 10-0. Clean 7.62 with the MVP. 30 eliminations is the highest. That goes over to Aimer. 27 just behind them is 7.62, but they have 15 final hits. The Iron Man, it creeps in every now and again, showing it does still have some place. 20k damage. That is 4k more than 7.62 for Aimer, and 8k more than HP Atlas. Fruit Vac seeming to struggle a little bit that game. 6.7k. Not finding the DPS output that they really wanted on that Hella or that Winter Soldier. Top damage blocked. 32k for Coconut. Topping out that damage number, even something to the Venom at the end for the fast rollout. I love that every team tries everything in their power to try and touch the point. At this point, every point matters, so you gotta commit. Top healing will be the 20k, winning by over 5k more healing than Konuya. It is going to be Runeheart who tops the healing output there, doing this huge work for their team. Least amount of times getting eliminated is a 3-way tie between Tones, Konuya, and Coach. As we are down yet another game. Another one bites the dust. We have 2 more before the last break I get, which means we have 6 games to go. We're close to the end. This video is 2 hours and 32 minutes long, meaning my estimate of about 4 hours is looking pretty accurate. This video is going to be big in my files. I might just have to put this one on Drive once I'm done with it, just for my VODs. Let's see. We are heading to this team next. One of the later teams to qualify. This team actually qualified a little bit later than a lot of the others. Like I said, when I pre-recorded, America had 11 teams that were qualified with 10 points. And then when I woke up the next day, there were 16. So I had to add a load to my casting list a little bit after. So this is one of the ones that qualified afterwards and made me nearly cry. So one of these teams has 10 points, has 30 points, aka went 10-0. One of these teams has 24, which means they went 8-2. Let's find out who was who as we head on in. On the left, it is Zomblers, and on the right, it is Bobafibs. And this is another one of these situations where I don't know basically any of these players. D-Spooky sounds familiar, or DS-Spooky, perhaps. But outside of that, I don't think I know these. So this is going to all be new for me, and so far, there's quite a lot of Jeff being hovered. We're going to see a Wolverine band coming in from the side of Zomblers. And protecting the Groot. Very sensible. We've been seeing that the other way round a lot of the time. So we've been seeing Groot protection and then a Wolverine, or we've been seeing Groot bans and leaving the Wolverine up because they don't have to worry about it. That's going to be a Winter Soldier. Again, not been seeing it that much this season, but it will be protected. The Hulk band away, slightly weakening both Namor, especially Namor, and that Iron Man. Captain America taken out, backline dive, get rid of it. Protect number 3 for Zomblers. What are they afraid of? They protect Loki. Now, of course, Loki into Winter Soldier is a little bit risky. There is always the chance of Kraken impacts using the Loki clones to continuously reset off of. Iron Fist is protected, and suddenly it becomes a little bit more difficult to draft. Knowing that your opponent might even play Iron Fist can really affect who you play, especially in terms of flyers or heroes without some kind of escape or disengage. And even then, Iron Fist is so sticky with that lock-on, it's so hard to get away if he does decide that you are the target. Star-Lord is removed, and the final ban will be Psylocke, really creeping through the ban phase so far this time.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
And there it is, Iron Fist onto the board for Ifman. On the other side, we do see that Winter Soldier. In fact, both teams going to be looking at Winter Soldier here. Difference is, Fright type is going for that Loki that they protected, whereas Boba Fibs, it's a hard one to pronounce, are decided to not go for it here. Don't want to risk that potential for resets across the board, but let's see if it works out for them, as Loki is still one of the strongest strategists right now. Is it worth avoiding that risk by losing that burst healing and that double ultimate potential? Let's find out as we introduce our players. On the left-hand side, in the blue trunks, it is Zomblers with Goth Luxley. Goth Luxley will be playing the Invisible Woman. Skleeb will be playing the Winter Soldier. Anaklusmos will be on that Doctor Strange. Fright type will be playing the Loki. D-Spooky is on the Groot, and Arai will be playing the Emma Frost. And on the right-hand side, in the red trunks, it is going to be Boba Fibs with Big Bad Beth playing the Invisible Woman. Blazing Fire will be on Lunar Snow. Skidum will be playing will be on the Groot. Ifman is playing that Iron Fist. Voz on the Emma Frost, and Alwa will be playing Winter Soldier. Trying to break this early containment that's been set up by Zomblers. Skleeb landing some good hits and takes out Ifman, who tried to target them here. Now with the Soldier, does have that bionic hook, which could be a great setup to try and avoid getting locked down if someone does go in for a big dive. Soldier's Fist is also another great engage tool, but great disengage tool because it does lock down opponents. AWL is up on the high ground, will be forced to back away, sending in those tainted shocks. You can see a bionic hook to come down from above there, was trying to land onto Skleeb. Down to the low ground, tracks them down, Soldier's Fist, and gone. Ifman has swapped, moving off of that Iron Fist, has decided that the strategy here is Moonlight. With Voz also realizing that they're not going to break this with Vanguards. They need to just annihilate this defensive position. So picking the Squirrel Girl is a really smart choice here. You really just need to just do as much damage as possible, force your opponents to reposition. Then you can pick Vanguards that can actually protect the point. As Voz sends out that Squirrel Girl with the Squirrel Tsunami. The spawn point helping them stay up though, but again they've overlapped. We saw this yesterday. That's a great invisible pulse cannon though from BOLBOL. But we saw the same mistake that some teams made yesterday in the EMEA matches with Big Bad Beth and Blazing Fire overlapping their ultimates, meaning it is now free game for Zomblers to portal back in, drop their ults with nothing that BOLBOL can do to stop them. But they did do the right thing. They swapped to DPS. The problem is they're staying on them. At this point, you should be swapping one of them back onto Duelist and you can protect the point. There comes that Fist of Khonshu, and that is going to be an absolute wipe. They avoid the Fist of Khonshu easily. Skleeb with the Rezif. Soldier's Fist onto Iron Man after catching him out the sky with the Bionic Hook. And Zomblers, they clean him up one more time with 1 minute and 16 seconds to go. And Boma, excuse me, sieging back in. Continuing to siege on in, gets this root with that Squirrel. Sends in the Squirrel Tsunami, trying to take down the backline and send it. It's bouncing in, but it's already not finding much value, getting taken out here. But they're still committing it as best they can as Skleeb has swapped onto the Hela. Invisible Pulse Cannon is available. They need to try and find the right angle to drop it here, sending out a couple missiles, avoiding that Emma Frost. The triple Vanguard doing great work here. Fist of Khonshu, Blazing Fire takes out Adak. Invisible Pulse Cannon point blank on the floor, will get the Lunar Snow, but they get taken down as well as the Straggling Prism will pull everyone in together. Ifman is dropping as much damage as they can with those bouncing shots from the Arcs. And Akusmos is on their way back in, but they might not be needed. The Fright type is keeping the team topped up here. Arai maximizing damage. Psionic Seduction, but taken down as in comes the Venom from AWL as the last-ditch effort. Iron Fist is back, but already taken down. Voz sieging in with the Squirrel Girl. They have another unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami, but Aya Vagamono might not let them use it. Down they go. Who is left touching? Blazing Fire is on the point. They send out a BRB, but they are taken down. Ifman trying to make their way in. Dragon Kick to touch the point. Deflex to buy time. They're giving everything to buy every extra second. But the Squirrel Tsunami is too late. No one is close enough. And that is going to be a hold in round one. 61 meters, 27 centimeters. Zomblers looking very strong here on this early hold. Now, can they turn this into a more aggressive style? Looks like less Vanguards on the attack here. They're going to move in Storm and Squirrel Girl. Boba, they're going back to their double Vanguard with Voss on the Emma Frost. Skidum is going to be playing that Groot once again. Storm coming in here. Excuse me. Storm could be a clutch pickup here to try and push on in early. No team ups from it. but they're combining it potentially with the Mantis. Mantis plus Squirrel Girl is already a massive siege breaker. If you're stuck in spawn, why the heck not? Damage boost to Squirrel Girl and just try and break the siege that way. We're going to see a quick BRB to heal up the team, give them that little bit of over health. And the question is, will we see Goth Lixley
The battle starts in 5,
going in for that Mantis 2 damage boost here?
1.
Yes, they will. Damage boost everyone to try and break the siege. We're going to see Zomblers with the Iron Man and the Winter Soldier not deciding to go for that Storm and Squirrel Girl. Huge damage output here. If man trying to get up to that Iron Man, getting some good damage, but the regeneration domain is shutting down anything that could actually come from it. If man doing some good work, forced to back away. Will get taken down. ALW also getting focused down here. That cart is moving forward and the finish line is right there. No one on Boba is swapping to the Strange. That was far too late. Skin them. It was their responsibility after getting picked off there to swap to Strange, and the fact that they didn't is a little bit of a misplay, I'm sorry to say. Not giving your team anywhere near enough time by trying to run in on Groot. D-Spooky takes MVP there as Zomblers will be the team that went 10-0. Quite a quick round that time. MVP, 24 eliminations, only getting taken out once, tied lowest with Fright. And also getting 8 final hits there, only being beaten out by Skleeb. Most damage done is going to be D-Spooky, showing why we see Groot banned out so often. Top damage blocked, almost also D-Spooky, but they're going to get beaten out by Skin'em, the other Groot, who also was able to get 28k damage blocked compared to 25k of D-Spooky. It's a very Groot-heavy game this time, not in terms of healing though, because they can't do that. It's going to be 20k healing for Fright type. 7k more than Goth Lixley, 8k more the Big Bad Beth, and 9k more than Blazing Fire. Another game, another team making their way into our top 32. As we look for our next match. That one was Zomblers, which means we are heading to this one. So many games down. How many are we in, actually? Okay, after this one is my next break. Gotcha. Okay, this is another one of the later teams to make it into that final spot. And I had them going up against this team. Alright, so one of these teams went 10-0. The other one was another 6-4 team. So we'll not be qualifying. So we're going to find another qualifier and another non-qualifier here. Let's find out which is which. I'm going to have to put timestamps in this video. Good heavens. We have FTR BTR versus Danilo Witch. As a wrestling fan, I'm pretty sure I'm not correct in guessing what FTR stands for. And I have no idea what a Danilo is. Sounds like a Robert. We're going to be seeing Yggdrasil Path. Wolverine and Adam Warlock are the opening bands. Adam Warlock as a first band is wild, but it does, of course, open up the possibility for that Human Torch to get protected. The Hulk taken out. Of course, this nerfs the potential for a Namor to try and counteract that Human Torch. Iron Fist getting removed. That would have been one of the people who could maybe deal with the torch. So it's taken away, and instead we see Hela getting protected. If we're going to have someone, at least pick the hit scan. Winter Soldier protected again. We keep seeing it creeping in bit by bit, especially in these America games. The fact is, the kit is still so strong here, and we've kind of just stopped seeing bans onto the Captain America completely as we've gone into these games. Loki Getting banned away. Interesting when you are running a Winter Soldier. You could keep going in for those resets, but of course that regeneration domain is very strong. Storm removed from the board. Don't want to deal with the combo. The Firestorm combo. That is a Scarlet Witch being hovered. I was about to say, don't think we'll see that. I don't think we're going to see a lot of these. Tornado Witch, interesting draft. I don't think it's making it out the door. While I do think Mr. Fantastic is good, I'm not so sure about the Thor and Jeff combo. And I do appear to be correct, as we're seeing Groot. And a little bit of Human Torch coming in instead. Still, plenty of options to see where these teams go, as let's find out which of these teams is qualified for that final 32, which we will be starting with OCE tomorrow. So make sure you subscribe for those games. On the left-hand side, for starters, cool smokescreen for the character swap. It is going to be on the defense, FTR, BTR. Oh, good heavens. Fresi empanadas, I think. Fresha empanadas? Fresa empanadas? I'm going to go with Fresa empanadas. They are going to be playing that Rocket Raccoon. Violinist 15T of that Invisible Woman. Necro 8 will be playing that Mr. Fantastic. I'm tilt-proof. Prove it. They're going to be playing that Mr. Fantastic. Clemmy Clue is going to be playing the Punisher. And RT is on Magneto. And on the right-hand side, it is Danilo Witch with Compassion playing that Groot. TDNX is playing the Invisible Woman. Baskerville. Will be playing that Magneto. That's either an uppercase I or a lowercase L, so it's either EAG 18 or LAG 18. We do not know, but either way, they are playing the Winter Soldier. We'll go with EAG, because we're going to assume that the capital letters are the theme. They're on the Winter Soldier. Reach is playing Lunar Snow, and Fan will be playing Human Torch, completely zoning out the defenders. As right now, Danilo Witch are cruising on to point number 1 with very little resistance, as all that resistance being taken out, taking out I'm Tilt-Proof. Really going to make them live up to their name here, as point 1 is grabbed in record time by FTR BTR. IX sieging in as best they can. Bionic Hook. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. And, oh, trying to get out of there with the E as it comes Final Judgment from Clemmy. Melting down Baskerville, trying to chase down more. Would love to get the Human Torch, but they've been able to escape there. Tracking them this time, though. Guardian Barrier using the building as some kind of escape as the Straggling Prison comes in. Kraken Impact to try and wipe them off the board. No resets will be found, though. Invisible Boundary will shut this down. I'm Tilt-Proof comes in with the Supernova, creating a lovely zoning area. Needs to bring it back to the point, though. Great Psionic Vortex to shut them down as Fan matches in kind with their own Supernova. Flaming Media to dodge away from the Punisher as much as do damage to avoid those shots, cleans out the defenders, and that is going to be Danilo Witch pushing on into point number 2 as well. Still a little bit to go though. They're trying to set up an engagement. A little bit of a zoning potential here, utilizing the Groot and the Human Torch, making every engagement route a rough place to stand. Necro shielding up. Gonna be dropping the Brainiac bounce as the initial engage to try and get that extra sustain and try and drop some damage into the backline members, but with that invisible boundary, it might be hard for them to step up. Clemmy has fallen, brought back at the BRB. But it's gonna be lag taking them down here. Compassion breaking through, chasing them back. You can see the full retreat out of Clemmy. They know they're not holding this. They've pulled back to the more defensive position. But now getting chased down, picked off. They are taken out anyway. Niag is back onto that Winter Soldier. I'm Tilt-Proof. Moving over to the Hella to try and deal with Fan. A lot of shots onto group. Baskerville also dropping low. They're forced off the high ground. RT takes control up there and is beginning to make a move forward, but they've immediately lost the position. As Combustion will make their way back in. Straggling Prison at the ready. Here comes the shots from Clemmy with infinite ammo. To try and break the line. 90% onto, well, onto the Supernova, but it might not be needed because that was just a triple elimination. Supernova was used, and that's going to allow them to hold the entrance here, even in the hallway, sending out the fire tornadoes here. Dropping a Pyro Prison. Links over the doorway to try and keep it blocked out. Group walls to try and hold them back. Necro onto Captain America is buying time for their team to try and break the containment as it comes to the invisible boundary. That will slow down Necro, make it much harder for them to keep this mobility up onto the point. Going to grab a map heal, diving back in, giving the team some time to try and make this happen as Reach with the fate of both worlds. And that's going to be a Cosmic Yard Amplifier from Frez to push them back. And it looks like Danilo will be pushed off the point here. But for how long? As Iag will be the one to move over to Strange. It's fantastic and Groot are buying time, but they're getting zoned back here as I'm Tilt-Proof has made the engage. Are they going to try a backdoor? Is this a C9? Oh no, is this a C9? Who's there? Just portal directly onto the point. Directly onto the point. Here they go. Who's on the point? Who's on the point? Who's going to stop them? Rocket! Rocket comes in to be the hero. Captain America makes their way back on. No C9 coming in for the backline. Back when I was younger, it was called the next Peke. Making their way in. Strange up to the high ground. They're trying to hold the line with the invisible boundary. Necro holding the line as best as they can. Pushing on in. Iag is focused down. Reach has no ultimate. Baskerville is down. And Fab is finished off. And with 2 minutes 30 on the board, FTR are holding the line. Danilo Witch not getting the push that they want here. They've finally been shut down. But can they change this? They just need one more good engage. They've got 2 minutes to do so. They've made so much good time throughout the rest of this push that they've got all this extra time to regroup and re-strategize. Phantom is taken out once again. Supernova from I'm Tilt-Proof. They're just burning ultimates because they know they can't afford to let their opponents get any foothold. It's some good damage here. I'm Tilt-Proof forcing out the fate of both worlds from Reach, who's going to try and make the play. Clemmy looking for a bionic hook and unable to find it as they push on forward. They're taken out here by Iag, who even without that Kraken impact is putting on an incredible amount of damage. Going to try and lock down that Captain America. Here comes the Cosmic Yard Amplifier. They're going to focus it down, take it out, remove that extra shielding as it comes Kraken impact, finding Empanadas, finding the backline, deleted off the board here. And once again, we're seeing FTR getting trapped inside their spawn, and this round number 1 looks like it might be in favor of Danilo Witch as they lock in the final second. Straggling Prison to stop Necro dashing onto the point. That is going to be the triple cap from Danilo Witch, but great final hold. While that was a dominant early push from the side of Danilo Witch, we did see a great final hold from FTR BTR. They were able to try and turn this round. Now the question is, can they get a triple cap now that they're locked in to get us into overtime? That is what is now at stake. What are we going to see here? Currently, very little people locking in for FTR. Only the Groot and the Lunar Snow for the moment. Danilo Witch on defense have decided the exact same strat will do. Remember, winner moves on to that final 32 single elimination bracket to try and fight their way into those final spots to qualify for Marvel Rivals Ignite that has a prize pool of over $4 million split between the regions, with potentially 2 international tournaments throughout the year available.
3, 2, 1.
looking to give it their all. Shots coming in for yiagi. And Tiltproof is going to be the one on the group. Role swapping here. And they are going with a double Vanguard with a Mr. Fantastic for Necro as a sort of third pseudo Vanguard, landing a shot onto Phantom there. Lovely hit. Trying to charge on in, play hyper aggressive. You've got a tankier character, you might as well use it. Really committing, inflated form to try and push on in, back into that healing bubble of the cloak and dagger that Violinist is trying to bring to bear. In the meantime, Phantom is a bomb, dropping big damage output, but taking a lot of damage in exchange here. Good healing with the Fantastic Force and that help from the Lunar Snow, getting locked in on him. I know it's fantastic, but they can't chase them all the way up. That Eternal Bond, straggling Prism, flaming meteor to turn this round, but Phantom will fall. It's a team wipe from FTR. And FTR locked on in here. I keep expecting like a Bada to appear on the bottom of my screen. Watch Collision tonight at 9. Maybe sending in the shots. Crack and impact immediately onto the group, and Invisible Boundary will shut down the elimination here as Danilo Witch dropping huge damage onto the straggling prison with the Supernova, and that is a massacre. Taking them down, Crack and impact not even used yet. 4 minutes and 43 seconds for FTR to reach point number 2. To keep this going, Bada not landing. Necro, Brainiac bounce quickly into the backline, trying to get onto the strategists. Guardian Barrier though, and the turnaround, the targeting there, taking them down. yiagi looking for someone to land a target, Crack and impact. Not a reset, they did not hit Groot. But they did still get the elimination. Well, they lost the ult. The elimination is good. It slows down the push. And it looks like the Little Witch are holding for the moment. Necro, once again, looking for the opportunity to try and pick someone off. Inflated form. Moving in. But that Pyro Prison making it much harder for them to step up. Shielding Groot. Give them a better chance of making their way in. They can see them. It's fantastic. That's the target. If they can get him, here comes the Supernova. From the Johnny Storm, Human Torch, trying to once again make this area as toxic as possible with that Eternal Bond being made hard to step into by these fire tornadoes. I'm Tiltproof goes down. It's a double for Danilo Witch. The cart made a little bit of progress there, but it's once again been shut down as FTR are sent back to spawn. Danilo Witch are working magic right now. Keeping their push going. Baskerville going to be creeping back. Wants to try and maximize some damage output. Finds Aegis right as the wall comes up. Straggling Prison. This time the Crack and impact lands. And yiagi is resetting all the time. They don't even find anyone else because everyone is gone. Violinist is all that's left. But was able to escape, find an out-of-the-way position where they're not going to get caught out of position. And are now able to group back up with their team. Fanpiz off around the side. Has a Supernova at the ready. Buttercook not landing. Once again, Supernova comes on out, maximize the damage output onto that choke point, onto the doorway, takes out one, looks for the strategists who are melting him. Violinist trying to get away. That's going to be the pickup onto RT. And they even finish off Empanadas on the retreat. Necro brings out the Squirrel Girl. Realizing that they're struggling to break the siege. While this won't work very well against the Mr. Fantastic, they can at least try and take out the ground members. But they're taking so much damage themselves. Where's that healing? We'll finally start to get healed up here. Frez bringing in their Rocket Raccoon to try and give some extra time, as already that unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami has come on in to try and push the point. Lockdown comes in, BRB to bring them back with now 1 minute and 17 seconds to go. Visible boundary will get dropped by Violinist, as FTR are dropping everything to try and give themselves that opening. Big hits there as Iag finds another triple, making a quad. Goes in deep, no reset. Bada cook, 1 for 1. Beautiful, beautiful. They heard it activated by Calamity, forced the turnaround. Necro with another character swap, gonna try the Iron Man here. Set myself up for failure with that cadence there. Moving in, gonna try and take out Fan. Not enough for the finishing blow, but forces him out of position. Side of Vortex will force Iron Man out of the air as Necro is going to try and break the point. Silent Seduction to try and take them out here. Straggling Prison coming on in. Tilt Proof is down. Straggling Prison was not actually dropped here. Vamp sieging away. Looking for some more zoning potential. Just trying to make it so that no one can step out of this point. No one's even close to the point. That is going to be game. No one can even get close. Overtime ticks down. That is going to be Danilo Witch with the 3-1. What a great defense on that final set. Setting themselves up for a magnificent hold. Kraken impact being huge, but Phantom was always in the right position, always being annoying, knew when to retreat. Only got taken out 5 times. Not bad, it's the most on their team, but it's a low elimination game here for the side of Danilo Witch. Looking at some of these final stats here. 51 eliminations normally would be enough to top the numbers chart, but it's going to be Phantom with 59 eliminations, 22 of which were final hits, only beaten out by Iag with 25 final hits. Top damage, unsurprisingly, going to be that Human Torch with 41k, almost double anyone else in the game. Only people who they aren't double is Calamity, who got 21k damage, Iag, who got 26, Compassion, who got 25, and I'm Tiltproof, who got 28. Huge DPS. Top damage blocked is not going to be one of the Vanguards who was eating all of that Human Torch damage. It is instead going to be Compassion. 48k damage blocked, doing huge work to hold the line for their front line. Creating walls, zoning it as best as they could, even getting some good damage output, as we already mentioned there, with that 25k. And top healing, much closer between these two teams here. We've got 31 and 36k versus 34 and 37. It is going to be the team that was a little bit further behind, that had more chances to heal, but it's still a lot closer here. It's going to be Violinist who takes the prize with 37k healing. And with that, we have reached the end of game number 12, meaning that I am about to take another break, meaning you'll see my camera disappear for a moment, the music will change, and this animation will skip a couple frames, and then you will see me return in a couple seconds your time, a couple minutes mine, so that I will have had time to take a break, take a drink, and get ready for our last 4 games. We have some absolutely insane ones coming up for you, including some familiar names. I hope you are ready for them, because we will be back very shortly with our final 4 games of the Marvel Rivals Ignite Open Qualifier stage for the Americas. See you in a sec. And we're back for yet more games. 4 to go. We are at 3 hours and 7 minutes worth of casting, and we still have 4 games to go. Looks like we're probably going to get 3.5. Maybe not like the 4 hours that I predicted, which is pretty solid. We'll take these. Let's head on in to our next game. There are 16 games, which means this is game number 13. We have one team with 10 wins, one with 6, so another 1 qualifiers, 1 doesn't have. I wasn't able to find any games with one team getting 10 and one team getting 9 points, which might have qualified a team. I couldn't find those matches, unfortunately, because there were just so many teams. was just so unlikely for them to meet each other like that. So, on the left, Fly Kittens. And on the right, it is Silence. We're heading to Central Park for Convergence. Fly Kittens on defense, Silence on attack to start us off here. The Human Torch will once again be banned away, as will Groot. We've been seeing the games where they slipped through, and yeah, they're still pretty good. So I'm not surprised that we're going to see them taken away here. Invisible Woman, though, will be protected. That is interesting. Not the character we've normally seen being protected unless you're planning on going something like a flyer. So we'll keep an eye out for perhaps an Iron Man. Perhaps a Storm, for example. We'll keep our eyes out for those. This might also just be a comfort pick for someone, as Captain America makes it onto the board. Silence, taking away the Hella. Hella off the board. Flyers become even more of a potential here. While Storm has not seen much play outside of With a Human Torch so far, it can work. And with Iron Fist taken out, the Flyers are becoming even more viable. If someone's not banning out Iron Man here, I expect to see the Hulk still available. Right now, this is like the dream Iron Man draft. Emma Frost picked up. Alright, Silence. Do they try and protect anything? If they protect the Hulk, it really telegraphs it and would allow Fly Kittens to bat it away. They protect the Loki. So they're not going to telegraph it that way. Now, do they ban it themselves? Are they just not wanting to do that? Having removed the majority of the flyer counters, Namor is still up. That's one of the main flyer counters still left out here. Psylocke, though, also has slipped through the draft all the way up to now. The Thing is an unusual ban. Not been seeing many Thing bangs at all here, but we can see the Fly Kittens on our screen at least. The players would not have been able to see this, but we can see that they are hovering a Black Panther. The Thing would have been very solid into that. But now it's gone. Now it is banned. And there goes that Psylocke, and once again, suddenly, Hulk, Iron Man, Namor, all of these are left available, as are the Star-Lord compositions with Star-Lord, Adam Warlock, and all those combos. There is that Iron Man and the Namor for Silence being hovered here. No Hulk, though. Gonna run it without Fly Kittens. Also gonna be picking up a Namor here. Namor's They're thinking about the Namor on the side of Silence, but they've also got Hawkeye, they've got a Wolverine potential, but it does look like we may be seeing the arrival of Iron Man. Once again, we talked about it, it's just such a good pickup into this draft. The only hard counter right now is going to be that Namor. Let's introduce our players and talk about the arrival of this character. On the left-hand side, on the defensive Central Park, it is going to be Fly Kittens with Cyber Pilot playing the Emma Frost. Arthur Art, they will be playing the Black Panther. Bijan will be playing the Invisible Woman. Vexor is on the Penny Parker, the first Penny we are seeing today. We have Backpack. Good for you. It's healthy. They are playing the Winter Soldier. And V-Hill will be on the Loki. Whereas on the right-hand side, on the attack, it is Silence with Gozen playing the Emma Frost. We love Crick. Going to be on that Loki. Cleo will be playing the Lunar Snow. Caddy is on the Iron Man, taking out Arthur. Slash will be on the Winter Soldier. And Daki PS will be swapping from the Magneto onto the Doctor Strange to try and create an opening for their team by attacking from behind to skip the Penny as they make their way in via the portal. Getting locked down, though, by that Emma Frost focus, but their team is here, giving them the healing carry. With the regeneration domain, they're able to sustain through the Black Panther. Just trying to make something work. Invisible boundary will buy a little bit of time as Daki's able to retreat out of it, make their way back into their team. Invisible pulse cannon. They're knocked backwards, but they still land it, taking out V-Hill. That was so close, but the fate of both ones is coming in from We Love Crick. Kraken impact from my backpack. Reset number 1. Logan Clone, reset number 2. Taking out another, but they are counter-picked up here by Slash, as it looks like Silence will clean up the board here. And unless Fly Kitten swaps to a Strange and portal in right now, that is going to be point number 1. As Black Panther falls. Here comes the Strange. They're going to try and make it. There is a delay. They have been able to hold. They're going to sustain it, and they do portal in. Spider time coming in from Vex. They're going to get locked down by the Emma, but they've managed to make this floor as toxic as possible to try and turn this round. They do go down. Slash is still getting. Doctor, he won't stop getting. Sorry, but Your Honor, he won't stop getting. He won't stop saying it. Oh, good. My backpack getting focused down. They're the one who made the swap. Arthur, stepping disc, is trying to make their way into the point to buy the time, but it's too late. Points down, so now it's just about if they can get some eliminations to buy some time for their team. They get one. We Love Crick is down. Stepping disc, trying to retreat. 30 HP, getting healed up. They will sustain on through by a couple extra seconds and immediately back to the backline to try and take out the Lunar Snow. Everfrost comes in for the reinforcement and will finally be able to finish them off. Vexor setting up that bionic spider nest. That's not the best cover, as the one bit of protection it did have was a tree, and that's already been destroyed. And Nest is getting focused down, taking quite a bit of damage. Able to take down Slash, though, and finding the eliminations, and they're still dropping the trap. People are so not used to playing against Penny, as we only have, like, 3 Penny players that, like, hyper commit to doing it. Cringe Alarm being one of them. Very few people choose to bring it out, so this is a bit of a surprise. Caddy, however, does not need to worry about it unless they get hit by that cyber web snare. False cannon, blinded, knocks back, but too late. Still finds the double, taking out Penny. As backpack moves to the Storm now. Rotating once again to another character. Already charging up Omega Hurricane, though. And they're going to send that out. Looking for the defense. Apparently a Hurricane can get caught on terrain. Directly in there. Kraken impact is going to try and blow her up through it. Backpack will back up. They're silenced here as in comes that Psionic Seduction with the media end from Daki. Finds no one, though. The invisible boundary really keeping Fly Kittens up. Regeneration Domain Labs getting picked off here. Vexor leading the front line here, sending in the mines. Rivals players, they yearn for the mines. Nest is placed down. Trying to give him a little bit of extra push on in. Taking down Goes and Slash also down. Cancelling the nest so they can place it further forward. They want to try and contain their opponents here. Arthur taken down though. A little bit too far forward. Gets caught out. And immediately Vexor is going to back up here. Replace the nest somewhere else. Trap is set. Not enough for the finishing blow. Trying to send in the cyberweb snares. Nest round the corner as they push on forward. Here comes the counter. Interrupted as Caddy has also brought out a Storm. No, it's a clone from We Love Crick coming in here. Onto that Omega Hurricane. Psionic Seduction coming in from Cyber Pilot to try and lock them down, but they tag on through here. Slash once again has those Kraken impacts. It looks like the defense of Fly Kitten is starting to evaporate here as once again, Your Honor, put a stop to this player. Kraken impact. Not able to find a reset this time. Everyone is backed out. Backpack has their own Omega Hurricane, as does Caddy, as both teams have chosen to bring in the Storm. Moving in, Omega Hurricane from both sides. into the back line, trying to get that focus in, but not finding really anything, but they're able to track down and take out iBackpack. Trading in the shots, Vexor being kept topped up here. The Cloak and Dagger from V-Hill is doing some good healing, keeping the team topped up here, but we're still seeing them getting pushed back. Arthur Art once again falls. iBackpack has moved off the storm back onto the Iron Man. It's a very wide open area here with some very few engaged routes, so you're going to get some good value from all this AoE damage. You can see them sieging in here. Arthur Art has given up on that magic and is bringing out the Star-Lord, a much better dueler. Slash has their own Star-Lord here. Both teams really similar drafts so far. Except for Vexor, of course, who is still keeping it a little bit different here. In comes Caddy. Omega Hurricane with Blaster Barrage. They're trying to break them, trying to track down iBackpack, trying to finish them off one more time. Takes the duel as Caddy will be able to eliminate one. Looks for more, but Invisible Woman is on point. Fate of Both Worlds coming in from We Love Kurt with that God of Mischief as the Spider Sweeper interrupted, but they're still moving. Getting caught up on some of the Loki clones, but they've set up a lovely toxic area, but it's not enough. Taken down by the Windblade of Caddy here. Leo healing up very nicely here. Who's left to try and delay this? That's going to be a Galactic Legend for Slash to keep the rest of the team zoned out. 1, 2, and it's going to be a triple cap coming in from Silence.
0, 2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll
Now,
need top
Fly
team
Kittens.
to win this one.
Trying some unique stuff there with that Penny. They tried to hold the line, but they were swapping very often, trying to find weaknesses, but Silence kept up swapping with them. Keeping Fly Kittens in the reactionary spot instead of the action-y spot? I don't know what the word would be. Pro-action-y spot. Proactive spot. Good job, Brain. Good job doing words. So Fly Kittens, they now need to try their best to break open this siege. They need a triple cap to take us into overtime if they have any hope
Get ready.
of making their way into these Ignite qualifiers. Otherwise, their journey ends here, and MRC will be the next main official esports journey.
What do you got in your trash can?
Let's see. Ion turret, photon reaction chain gun, mini black hole.
We'll have to see what they can do.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
There is a Punisher on the board here. A Squirrel Girl. Nope, never mind. Iron Man
To the mission area.
and Punisher make their way to the board. iBackpack is committing with this. A lot of pressure from iBackpack. Sending in as many shots as they can, trying to melt on through. So far, no openings have been left here. There goes iBackpack. Silence on the defensive side. Down goes Cyber Pilot. The heal brings back iBackpack. Thunderbolts coming on in. Arthur Art has a invincible pulse cannon at the ready. Good shots into the back line, doing some great setups here. Star-Lord Slash is on the high ground though, trying to duel out Arthur Art. Needs to be careful as Caddy is going to commit. That's a big group of enemies. Omega Hurricane immediately forcing the fate of both worlds out of Bijou, but no one's moved up. It's a massacre. They are eaten there through the ultimate, and that is going to be a wipe. Arthur Art barely makes it back into spawn.
Extra power never hurt.
What a pickup here as iBackpack Holding the line. Slash. On the wraparound, finds Arso. They have the Galactic Legend preventing any sneaky plays here. Backpack, though, does have a final judgment. If they can stay upright, this could be the tool they need to try and melt this engage. Here it comes! Final judgment! Meteorem is sidestepped beautifully. Now it's all about the damage output, but they're not finding targets. Caddy with the psionic seduction was locked in, but they don't have the finishing blows. Slash coming in for the counter engage. Meteorem is going to absorb some of it, so the focus onto Arthur 1. Now onto Backpack. Into the back lane, but they can't finish them off. They're forced to back away. Blast the barrage. Good damage. Full retreat. Backpack is keeping the damage up. Here comes that zip line. Infinite ammo. Backpack trying to break the line here. A silence. Committing everything they can. There's the clone. It's going to be a fate of both worlds, plus an Omega Hurricane. Goza gets to pick up onto Backpack, as Silence have kept them pretty solidly zoned here. It's very slow. Oh, lovely interrupt with that snowball. They're getting very little distance, but the fact is Silence have had them held. Here comes Galactic Legend number 2. Cyber Pilot is down to Daki, as is Vexor. Bijan is taken out, but already brought back into BRB. They're looking for Wolverine, who's got this doorway kind of zone. Blaster Barrage, staying mobile to not get caught out. They're all trapped in here, but it's both the strategists, makes it very hard to make anything happen, but they're still gonna melt them through. And is there anyone left who can touch the point? 21 seconds left to go. Here comes Cyber Pilot doing the one thing they can do right now, and that is Portal. Onto the point. This is their last chance. Fly Kittens. They need to take this and then through overtime push all the way in. Media M for Daki to try and melt through the attackers. See Backpack and Cyber and Arthur. Vexor is gone in the spawn. That's the Omega Hurricane for style points as overtime ticks down and Silence will take the game and will have gone 10-0. Nicely done. That is going to be a huge win for them. They are qualified for that final 32, meaning that they have a chance to make their way in for Marvel Rivals Ignite. Speaking of which, I actually got an email during that game. I have an interview. So, yeah. Let's pick a day. Oh, wow, that's a lot of days already full. 23rd, that's today. Oh, wow, I could just do it today. What time is it? 16. Let's go a little later. Let's say 18? What's the time zone? So this time zone. Because, like, the other days seem to be pretty full, so I guess today. I guess today. I may have to pause this recording. If they're available, then yeah. Sure, book. At the time of me recording, I have done that. So yeah, let me that's done, I guess. Is that done? Yeah, no, I think that's done. So, yeah, let me respond to that email quickly. Sorry about doing this now, everybody, but it's here. Okay, so respond to say yes. Email reply. Once you pick the time, let me know by replying to our email. I'll send you a meeting. Let's do that. Reply. I have replied with the time. Sorry about doing this now, everybody. Hang on, let me quickly pause the recording. And I'm back. Hello. Sorry about that. So, let's have a look at these statistics. I've sent in a request. I guess I've sent in a meeting time. Sorry, I'm a little flustered. I'm excited. All right. So we'll see what happens with that. That should be in in a few hours, basically, in my time. So let's get these games done. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. 41 eliminations for Caddy. A monstrous performance there. Top of the board with also the most final hits there with 25. Least amount of times getting eliminated is We Love Crick, only going down once, while also getting 4 final hits themselves there, doing a very good job. Most healing is going to be 37k, the heal, giving it their absolute best, living, V-Hill. I keep doing it the wrong way around, the pronunciation, the dyslexia is playing up. 37k beating out by 4k Bijan and by 2k over We Love Crick. Very impressive performance. Very well done. So, that's going to be it for this matchup. Let's get ready. If I'm a little red, that's why I'm a little excited. Let's see what we can do. Wish me luck in the comments, I guess. Okay, let's look to where we are going next. Yeah, 23rd of May. Definitely the right day. Cool. Had a quick panic of just like, wait, is this next month? Am I getting all worked up over nothing? My hands are shaking, dude. Good lord. All right, let's go. I haven't been this hyped since like HGC, where I was like invited to a call to like try and see if I wanted to do BlizzCon and stuff like that, which the answer was yes, I did. So, 3 matches left. That's our next one. Okay. That's this team. And against this team. Oh, they played them twice. Okay. Alright, well, we'll pick the first one, because that makes more sense, because it's the one that happened first, so they are not ready for each other yet. We get a bit more of a natural arrival here. So, one of these teams went 4 out of 10. The other went 10 out of 10. So, once again, an interesting player. But remember, they did play against each other twice, meaning that one of these teams beat the other 2 times. As we are heading in to Beard and T'Challa. It is a domination. On the left, Necospresso. And on the right, it is Virus. Iron Fist and Groot are taken out, but that once again leaves us open to the Human Torch to make their way in once again. Psylocke also unbanned will this time be prioritized as an early pickup, as a potential counter to that Human Torch with a little bit of those hit scan and that quick burst. Iron Man will be taken out. Necospresso. What is their next ban? With Psylocke on the board, how do you deal with something that's just so hyper burst? They remove a little bit of extra backline pressure, taking away the Captain America. If you're worried about your backline getting blown up, you don't want them to be weakened already for it. And that's exactly what Cap does. Invisible Woman will be protected. A little bit of burst protection. A little bit of backline sustain that way. What is the protection for Virus? Lunar Snow. Psylocke being able to work a little independently. Give them that snowflake. They're able to move on their own without having to worry too much about wrapping back around to the rest of the team, as long as Luna keeps focusing their heals on the front line, who is more likely to be taking damage. Then there goes Adam, someone who can shut down this composition by just constantly being on the flank, with the Star-Lord being buffed. While Adam stays the backline, keeps the front line healed up, Star-Lord can really shut down a good Psylocke.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
With the Emma Frost getting all the way through the ban, right until the end there, will finally get removed. There is a Jeff being hovered by Virus. And also, you can see here, the Hulk, Namor, both made it through the ban phase. Hulk is being hovered. Namor, on the other hand, is not. Hela also untouched this ban phase. One of the counters to the Flyers. Not going to get attached to at all here.
My
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Felicity
Are you, like, really the goddess of the underworld?
on this Magneto could be very
Would you like
strong
a tour?
here.
I warn you, entering is easier than leaving.
The battle starts in 5.
Just adding
4,
something to an email.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
My powers, practically infinite.
All right, let's introduce our players, ladies and gentlemen. On the left-hand side, it is going to be Necospresso with Felicity on the Magneto, Nancy on the Invisible Woman. Not Tyrell will be playing the Hela. TM Ooze is going to be playing the Incredible Hulk. Jurassican will be on that Human Torch, and Kaiser Gaming TV is on that Lunar Snow. Whereas, on the right-hand side, in the red trunks, it is going to be Virus with Raymond. So close to the name from Shaolin Showdown. They are playing the Incredible Hulk. Rosie is on the Lunar Snow. That's the name of my dog. She is adorable. Let's see if Rosie can be as skillful as the K9 Rosie is adorable. Left set is on that Human Torch. Zwee will be on the Magneto and Outflashed playing the Psylocke, finishing us off with I'm Riku playing that Invisible Woman as Levset takes down Tyrell. I've cast a couple of these players before, Levset especially, covered them a couple times, tackled out the air by TM Ooze. Not enough for the finishing blows, though, as it looks like Virus have control. They've driven them back, and it looks like we may see a base containment. But no, they choose to play further back. Not going to push all the way to spawn here. Choosing to play it a little bit safer. Pyro Prison being set up, a little bit of extra damage.
Waypoint.
Making their way forward. Little bit of burst, but they're tagging it together as the Fate of both worlds is going to come in. Dancing the butterfly from Virus on the backline. Supernova to try and burst on through. Kaiser with this Fate of both worlds. Meteor M from Felicity to try and burst through someone. The prediction finds Riku in the backline. Takes them down as Tyrell has taken to the sky to try and burst through more. Kaiser is down. Hulk smash as we're going into that Monster Hulk form. Lovely pickup as Tyrell is proving to be the saving grace for the side of Necospresso here, as Virus have full control of the majority of the point at 84%, but the turnaround is starting to begin. Jurassic needs to finish these pickups here. Invincible boundary comes out, and no one is left to push in here. Hulk is going to try and dive it. Magneto trying to creep on forward, but they're starting to get worked on down as Psylocke has returned. The lockdown with the Lunar Snow. Overtime will begin to tick in as Zwee is going to portal their team back to the point so that they can have a numbers advantage, but down goes Felicity. Invisible boundary about to expire from Aunt Nancy, who tried to hold for those couple extra seconds, but they're forced up to the high ground, meaning that they're not on the point, as currently it's up to TM to hold that indestructible guard, but they're going to get dropped down into puny battle, which means overtime ticks down even further. Tyrell trying to creep forward. No one is close as Jurassic unable to touch. Round number 1 goes over to Virus. Tough matchup between these two teams so far, but Virus have been the ones in control at this early stage. Felicity did swap to Stray to try and portal in for their own team, was unable to do so.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Any other compositional adjustments? Yes, there is.
When I'm needed,
With
I'm
left
there.
set putting on so much work, it is time for Namor.
Don't make me hurt.
Does a lot of damage to that Human Torch when they push up. It does a lot of damage to Psylocke if they're trying to wrap around into the backline. It can punish them for doing so. And that damage ticking up over time can really punish the Hulk.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's see if this works out.
All you need to do is
Could be too risky. Let's find out.
You think this is a challenge? Try.
Virus, they're running it back. Exact same strategy here. Bringing it in once again. Joe Fix-It. The skin for both Hulks, I believe. No, normal Hulk versus Joe Fix-It. Indestructible guard. They're going to trade back and forth here. Tyrell sending in some tridents here for a little bit of extra damage. Going to try and land them onto the Human Torch. Not finding some, so instead we'll back up. A start to the butterfly takes out Kaiser, and Felicity will also fall. We're into the 1v1 here. Where are the squids? Not being sent out quickly enough, and as such just gets burst down. Levset immediately moving forward to create that zoning position. I was very far off with my 3.5 hour estimate. Tiamus forced to back away as Levset is piling up the damage here. Looking to try and duel. Tyrell on the low ground. Supernova comes in from Levset. Not a place you want to be, but Psylocke's on the other side. It's not great angles for Tyrell across the board here, who is taken out with the burst of Outflash, showing just how strong Psylocke can be. 100-0 in no time flat. Able to keep control, able to burst through basically anything. Media M, Felicity. Trying to get onto that Fate of Both Worlds, but it's able to tag on through as Rosie keeps their team topped up for the moment and forcing Felicity to back away. Running out of sustain, the Indestructible Guard buys them a little bit of escape time. But this is just more zoning coming out from Virus. No position seems to be being able to be gained by Nespresso. Outflashed. Immediately up to the high ground. Not finding a target this time. Just a little bit of damage. It comes Indestructible Guard. Up to the high ground. Raymond into that Hulk smash to zone them away here. Here comes the Supernova from Jurassic to try and burst on through. Media M sent on in. Tagged beautifully. We're still going to get a couple of those Supernova buff shots onto the point as they move up to Levset to help take them down with the help of Tyrell, who lands the finishing blow. But they're inside. That Dance of the Butterfly team is grouped up. Those that they sustain together. Invisible boundary. Oh, the Proteus. Oh, not perfectly landed, but it's enough to land a bit of a stun. Here comes that Gamma Monstro to help them zone the point. Rosie dropped low, focus down. Squid behind, flanking Squids as they try to take them down. Rosie is dropped low. Great barrier with that magnetic bulwark. Tyrell up on the high ground, on the top area here to try and focus down onto Levset as they have the high ground advantage. Nespresso going to be able to bring this back. It's a 1-for-1 for the moment. Getting some good damage onto the Psylocke, but they're invisible. They're not going to be the perfect target here as in comes that Iron Bulwark to try and keep Tyrell alive. But numbers are starting to look in favor of Virus as is keeping the line going out. Flash will finally get picked off. That Gamma Monstro melts them down. Levset creeping in on a Proteus to try and hold the line. Rosie trying to keep the team topped up, and it looks like they are able to push everyone off the point just enough. It's going to be Virus who takes the 2-0 and went 10-0 in the Open Qualifiers. Rosie takes MVP there. Solid performance. Very, very strong. Statistics. Going to be 12 eliminations for Outflash, who also got the most final hits, 8 in the game. Least amount of times getting eliminated is Raymond. Going 0 times eliminated on a Hulk is something we haven't seen since Season 0, really. It's been a lot rarer, but very solidly done here, giving the second highest amount of damage tanked as well, although the main amount is going to go over to TM Ooze, who only got taken out 2 times, not bad, and was able to block 18k damage. Top damage going to be going over to Levset. Unsurprisingly, it's always going to be a Human Torch, most likely, with a solid 15k damage. Top healing, 22k. Beating out Rosie, beating out Ibriku, beating out Aunt Nancy. Another one down. 2 games left to go. And about 50 minutes until my interview. Which means there's a chance I may have to pause the recording if that happens, but I'm pretty sure we're okay. The fact this happened now while I'm doing this. I guess this is what happens when you're recording for almost 4 hours, that sometimes stuff does happen during it. That is always the risk. Okay. Penultimate is that one. They are against this one. Let's head on in. No time to waste. I have literally put myself on a clock, apparently. Oopsie daisy. As we are heading in to our next game. One of these teams went 10-0. One of these teams went 7-3. No qualification for that team. Which one is it? Between Banana Warrior and ATL PXG? Alternate PXG? We're going to call them ATL PXG or ATL. It might be alternate, but I don't know for sure. So I can't commit to that this time. We'll have to see. Human Torch and Iron Fist taken out, which means Groot has already made it through this stage of the ban. Will we be seeing him? Psylocke will be the first to be protected, actually. A little bit more of a focus onto the damage dealers, it seems. Taking their time, ATL will finally pick up that Groot. Hela removed from the board with Human Torch down. That still leaves the option with Psylocke being one of still a pretty solid anti-air, but with Iron Fist and Hela both off the board, Iron Man suddenly becomes quite a reasonable possibility. And we have been seeing the slow creep in terms of priorities from Storm. Could see that making its way in. Iron Man is taken out. Emma Frost going to be protected here. So now with all the flyers except for Pseudo Star-Lord and Storm going to be taken away. Suddenly it becomes less of a priority. We are going to see that Lunar Snow still protected though with Psylocke on the board. Psylocke Lunar Snow, we've already talked about just how strong it can be. Adam Warlock off the board, removing the opportunity for Star-Lord, or at least weakening it. We can still see it, but no longer with that Cocoon to keep them stickier and on the board for longer. And Wolverine, with Groot in play, it is amazing that Wolverine snuck through the bad face so far. Winter Soldiers making their way in. Winter Soldier Psylocke. Loki, Lunar Snow. Possibly. That's a hover on Moon Knight, but that would be they are solo strategist. Rocket, but that might be for pre-fight buffs. Overall, these drafts look pretty similar, if not identical. Currently, the only difference is the Rocket, but I expect that will be swapping over to the Loki as we head on in. Let's introduce our players, ladies and gentlemen. On the left-hand side, in the blue trunks, it is going to be Banana Warriors. With Reverse 094 playing the Lunar Snow. Devin, number 1, will be playing that Rocket Raccoon. Wolpy, I've cast them before. They are going to be on that Winter Soldier. Another one I've cast before, Miguel Angeles, will be playing the Emma Frost. Secret is going to be on that Groot. Haven is playing the Psylocke. They are Banana Warrior. And on the right-hand side, in the red trunks, nice speed boost from the Jeff there. It is going to be ATL PXG. I am Skadoosh. Going to be playing the Winter Soldier. Starkey will be on that Psylocke. Llama's Dash Dash, Mr. Z. They're going to be playing that Emma Frost. Michi on the Groot. Mr. BJN 555 on the Lunar Snow. Aryan Weather is going to be on the Loki. They are ATL PXG, and they are starting to take control of the point. Good heals onto I Am Skadoosh as they were dropped incredibly low in that fight.
I knew we could do it.
You're amazing. I wish I could do what you do.
Creating a good zoning situation here. Michi going to be the one playing quite far up as they arrive back to their team. Sieging in, waiting for anyone to step out of position so they can try and wall them away from the rest of the team exactly like that. But Miguel able to wrap around, back out behind them. Keep that backline zoned. Miguelangela's shield is up, creeping on in. Not able to find an initial engage. Great Minds Aegis pushing onto the point as they try to make their setup here. Neither team are blowing many of the big ultimates as of yet as they're creeping towards a lot of them. That's going to be a fate of both worlds to counteract the Dance of the Butterfly here. Immediately Devin with their own clone, with that God of Mischief for the turnaround so that they can match the fate of both worlds so that they don't get out-sustained as Kraken Impact is coming in very early here for Skadoosh. Straggling Prison to set up a Wolf with the Kraken Impact, and they use the combo, meaning that they keep it going. Dance of the Butterfly looking for Adrian as the fate of both worlds about to expire, looking for that finishing blow for the reset. They don't get it. It expires right as he lands that final shot. But the Bionic Hook is still going to be enough to lock down the rest of ATL PXG, and that is Banana Warrior taking control back of the point.
We got it.
Nicely done.
That one hurt.
Good shots coming in. Tainted Shocks trying to get onto those backliners. Llamas has that Psionic Seduction, as does Miguel, so they could go for a big push in play, but they don't have a lot of follow-up, so it would have to be a very coordinated assault. Whereas Haven is about to have that Dance of the Butterfly. It's going to be Miguel who pulls the trigger first with Psionic Seduction directly into the hallway, getting multiple members. That's going to be a regeneration domain for the turnaround as Llamas with their own to try and set this up against both Vanguards, but there's no follow-up, not enough damage as of yet. Starkey takes out Devon. Wolfie has the Kraken Impact, but it's going to be Skadoosh who drops it with the lockdown onto Wolfie, preventing them from using their own, allowing ATL to claim back control. 53 to 75 in favor of ATL, and they have control of the point.
They've almost got it.
Are they going to be able to make their way in time? Psylocke creeping around. Dance of the Butterfly is available for Starkey, which could be the wiping strap, but it's all about if Wolfie can land this Kraken Impact. No, the Loki Claw goes down before the reset, but they're able to take down Groot instead, meaning they are still getting them. Reset 2, and that is going to be a huge wipe hit. One more stagger for good measure as Banana Warrior gives them a couple extra seconds on the Kraken Impact, but it probably won't continue. No more Loki clones to be dropped here. But they've used all their tools. All they have is the Fate of Both Worlds, whereas ATL, they still have Dance of the Butterfly, Strangling Prison, Fate of Both Worlds, and God of Mischief. So 2 Fate of Both Worlds. Adrian keeping the team topped up as they make their way in. Michi has that Strangling Prison. This may be the engage tool. 83%. They can't wait for too long while they have more tools. It doesn't mean anything if you don't use them. Coming down to the low ground. Straggling Prison! It's a 6-man Fate of Both Worlds to try and buy a little bit of extra time. But once that expires, it's the time to shine for Sparky. Dance of the Butterfly coming in from Haven first to try and turn this around. Fate of Both Worlds from Mr. BJN for one final counter. Dance of the Butterflies. Devin sending in the clones. Is able to keep their team up. Down goes Starkey as Adrian getting dropped low. The wraparound Haven is putting on a clinic right now. It might might be what their team needs to turn this round. Mr. BJN is going to get dropped out of the overtime. It's going to tip as Haven is all that's left. They have nothing to try and hold the point. Wolfie arrives with the Kraken impact, but they are taken down. Haven gets grabbed by the throat and is shut down. Their portal interrupted as round one. Not fast enough for that turnaround. That is going to be a solid beginning. ATL with the control heading into Super Soldier Factory. Are we going to see any adjustments here? Banana Warrior.
30 seconds before you attack.
Looks like they're sticking the same. Both these teams just going to stick with the same strategy. They both feel confident. That game did get close. Banana Warrior, they took control, and ATL nearly weren't able to close this out. So it comes down to this final round.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Unless Banana Warrior can turn this round, they are basically going to be eliminated here, and ATL will qualify. Banana Warrior need to even this up. But do they have what it takes? That's what we're going to have to find out. Psionic Seduction available for both of the Emma Frosts here. Arian Weather has that God of Mischief, but that's all that's currently available, but a load of ultimates are close to being charged. Miguel playing on the low ground. Not a pleasant place to be. Psionic Seduction coming in from both sides, pulling in I Am Skadoosh, sending them down from the high ground. With the fate of both worlds from the God of Mischief, trying to keep their team up as they've already lost 3 members. Banana Warrior are dominating this fight this time as we try to see the attempted turnaround. ATL trying to tank on through as Devon with their own fate of both worlds from that God of Mischief with damage boost. They're so confident that they've cleaned this up, that they keep the damage boost going to try and take out reinforcement snowballs. Not going to be landed as 2 came out there. Banana Warrior looking for the turnaround to even up the score and prevent their elimination. We'll be sending in some pre-shots just in case anyone decides to show their face. Looks like we're going to see a right-hand wraparound here. Taking out the Loki clone. Down it goes. Barnacook not finding the targets here. Dragoning Prison gets 3. A lot of them are Loki clones though. Regeneration Domain is going to get popped very quickly. Kraken impact for Wolfie to try and turn this round, but no one's going down on the side of ATL. Fate of both worlds from both sides, both the original ones. Those group walls are doing a lot of damage with those Thorn Lash Vines. Skadoosh dropped incredibly low, but they are taken down. They tried to hook someone off the map there, but were unable to do so. Oops, Stucky, a little bit too eager there, trying to get away. Overshot a tiny bit, and they will fall off. 58. Banana Warrior holding the line right now. 62% in their favor. Taking out some of those Loki clones, make sure they're not pre-set up before the Loki arrives. As much as they would be nice for the resets to know exactly where they are, might not be worth the risk. Bionic tries to find a target, will not land. Starkey has that Dance of the Butterfly, but they need to force out any defensive ultimates. That we know there are none left, but they might not know that. They don't know how much charge has come out. Looking for the opportunity to strike. Making their way. They also want to try and force the enemy to group up as here comes the objective down into the backline. Loki close. That is a beautiful bionic hook, and that is Starkey taken down. And ATL are in serious trouble here. Arians trying to make their way in. Skadoosh is focused down as Banana Warrior are going to wipe this and take round number 2, evening it up. Nicely done. We're heading to Frozen Airfield for the final round of this game. Winner will have gone 10-0. Loser will likely not be progressing. And then we're going to take a break because it is, at the time of me recording, half past, and these games are taking a little bit. So I don't think we will be able to cover the last game, so I will pause. You'll get the usual break screen, which means I will have been in a call at the time.
If we use our ice powers together, we can stop our enemies cold.
Ice powers? What the heck are you talking about, kid?
You are the Winter Soldier, aren't you?
No draft, once again, adjustments. Nothing different this time.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the
Here comes the
missionary.
rollout. No portal rollouts or anything fancy like that. It's just, once again, a full skill matchup. Which team comes out on top? Side Seductions, available for both sides. Dance of the Butterfly, available for both times. God of Mischief, available for both sides. Difference is, Banana Warrior, they have Straggling Prison and Kraken Impact at the ready. Skadoosh and Michi are a couple seconds away from charging it, meaning that if Banana Warrior pull the trigger early, they may take the advantage.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Ball bomb, up to the high ground.
The mission area is
Dance of the Butterfly into the backline, trying to clean up the high ground. Doing a lot of extra damage. Here comes the Psionic Seduction. Straggling Prison comes on in from Michi, who pulls the trigger first. It's dropping Secret incredibly low. Miguel is now trying to hold the point, but they're forced to back up as their team is wiped. ATL take back control.
I have many faces.
Nicely done. Big pickup. Skadoosh. In position to see if they can catch anyone with a bionic hook as they come through that doorway. Groot dropping down from above. But remember, Secret still has their own beautiful bionic hook. Takes out Miguel. And without one of their frontliners, what can Banana Warrior do? They're going to try and pull the trigger anyway. That's a Straggling Prison. Wall comes out. Kraken Impact as Wolpy got reset number 1. But they need more. With all of that protection, they choose a Loki clone to keep those resets going so they know they have another one to try and delay time until the fate of both worlds ends. Another Loki clone down. That's going to be a Dance of the Butterflies. Chasing down. Takes the real Loki with the main backline taken down. It's reset number 3 or 4. I've lost count because it just keeps happening. But it's not enough. ATL have driven back Banana Warrior again. 58%. And Michi driving them back this time with their own, once again, Straggling Prison to lock them in. 71%. Very little time left. Haven, sorry. Wrapping around to the side, waiting for an opportunity to see if they can get a quick blow up onto someone. Here comes the fate of both worlds from reverse as they move into the backline. Dance of the Butterfly, but it's going to be a fate of both worlds from Adrian, who used their own clone to make it happen. Secret is already down as Skadoosh comes on in with the Kraken Impact to blow up Miguel. Getting the first pickup, pushing on in, getting huge damage. Down goes Wolpy, and they can't make the point in time. That is going to be the 2-1. And we will see ATL making their way on to that final 32. Well played by them. They will make it. And we're going to speed run through this because it's about half an hour, depending on how long the last game is. There is a chance. Right, statistics. 21 eliminations is the highest. It is by Wolpy, but the top final hits is also Wolpy with 10. Least amount of time to get eliminated. This is just so close statistically wise. It's going to be a 4-way tie between Miguel, between Devin, between Llamas Dash Dash, and between Mr. BJN 555. Top damage done, 26k. Once again by Wolpy, who put on a clinic on that Winter Soldier here. Damage blocked, 51k by Michi, who did huge work and showed exactly why Groot is so feared. We've seen this so many times today. And the top healing, 34k from Arian Weather. Always on point with those clones. So, let's see how long we have. We have exactly 30 minutes on my timer. Let's see how long that last game is. It's going to be a little bit of a spoiler if I say, okay, let's go, that it's a shorter game, but I'm sure you will all forgive me considering the circumstances. Okay, we have this, and then versus this. Oh, we can do that. All right, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're finishing up the day. Let's get this going. The order was randomized. I didn't know how long the games were. Let's get this going. I am dusty. Let's get this going as we head into our last game of the day. One of these teams went 10-0. One went 7-3. It's another qualifier, no qualifier. As we are rolling on in. On the left-hand side, it will be Solaris. Top-ranked team in previous tournaments. Has done incredible in between the seasons. And they're now looking for their spot in Ignite and Implement. They are on the other side. I don't know as much about them. I don't know if I've cast any of them before. We'll have to find out, though. Starting off with the Human Torch ban. I am going to do something very selfish here. And I'm going to fast forward the draft. Not a good thing, but I'm doing it because of selfish reasons that I'm sure you will understand. We're going to see the Loki banned out here, which does allow Groot to sneak on through the ban phase. Magneto going to be protected here before Emma Frost. That is quite surprising. We'd almost always see the Emma Frost protected first, as she is seeing significantly more play. The Magneto, though, does have an advantage in compositions with something like a Venom, where you might be able to protect a backline diver. So perhaps that's what Implement might be looking into here, as we do see the Captain America getting banned away. Wolverine getting banned, even though it was Solaris who did protect the Groot. Risky strats. See if it works out for him. Adam Warlock will be protected. Star-Lord suddenly open. Might have to force the ban out of Implements. That's going to be a Winter Soldier protection here. Winter Soldier really has just jumped up in priority throughout the games. There is that Star-Lord ban with Adam Warlock on the board. Get rid of it. I doubt we'll be seeing Adam Warlock then in the rest of this game. Although we have seen the triple support compositions even without a Star-Lord, with just Mantis and Adam Warlock, but I still doubt we'll be seeing that, as there is the ban onto the Invisible Woman, preventing a little bit more of that flyer potential for someone like an Iron Man, who has snuck through the draft up to now. Solid setup. Solid picks by both of these teams. And we should be back to normal speed. Yes, we are. All right. Solaris, one of the top ranked teams in terms of players rank just alone, versus Implement, who we know very little about. Could we be seeing a huge upset here? Let's talk about our players. As on the left-hand side, it is going to be Bedtime Story on the Psylocke. Tim the Tapman on Magneto. We're going to wait and watch to see what happens here, actually. Because there is potential for some hilarity here. I want to see if I can get a good wide view. Portal. One! Down goes one. We lost Fizu, but that's about it. All right, we had an attempt. All right, Gilbert Noodle going to be starting on the Groot. Well, starting on the Doctor Strange, but we'll be moving over to the Groot. Pizza Demon is on the Rocket Raccoon. Borderline will be playing the Cloak and Dagger. Mental Athlete is on the Punisher to combo with Pizza Demon. They are Solaris. And on the right-hand side, it is Implement with Sehu going to be playing that Magneto. Veronix will be playing the Lunar Snow. Fizu is going to be playing the Hela. Eat 9 Rats. No, thank you. They will be playing the Groot. Easy Bake Cake. Yes, please. will be playing the Moon Knight, and 3.5 will be on that rocket. And Alphy, we've not been seeing a lot of Punisher, but with so many groups on the board, Punisher does get quite a bit more value, as their damage output is great at cleaning out group walls. Down goes Easy Bake Cake, group gets blocked by walls, ironic, and down they go. Going to be setting up defensively here. Good shot. Reminder for those who might not have been in previous games, this is not the real Tim the Tapman, I believe. This is a high-ranked player that uses the name Tim the Tapman. I cannot remember exactly which one it is. I'd have to go back and look. Easy Bake Cake. Knows they're being flanked, but not going to hyper-commit to something. Bedtime Story is the one on this flank, being extremely irritating. Soul Xyphen. They try to quickly blow up Fizu, who is dropped low, but that's going to be a Cosmic Yard Amplifier for the turnaround as Media M comes in. Mental Athlete, though, is melting through. The Media M finds nothing. They clean up here. Moon Knight is there. Moon Knight tried to touch the point for a little bit extra. Down goes Verinex. Rocket goes down. And they are just going to try and unstagger themselves, getting taken out one by one. It's much easier if they just all group up together and come back in as one. So sometimes it's just worth getting picked off here. That's going to be a culling turret coming out from Mental Athlete. Trying to drop a little bit of extra damage. They're making their way in. Strangling Prison comes in. Hand of Khonshu. Not finding the targets that they want here. Gilbert setting in their own Strangling Prison to try and lock them down, but they sustain through this beautifully. Bedtime Story is once again trying to chase back Fizu. They settle for the Cloak and Dagger. Down goes the Groot, and with 1 minute to go, Implements are seriously struggling here. We are seeing Solaris looking strong. One of the favorites for moving into Ignite. They are looking to make that case. Fizu keeps spotting Bedtime Story. Oh, going in for the engage this time. Gets hit with the Shuriken Dash and does take them out. Fizu winning the 1v1. Goddess's Descent down to the low ground. Looking to get onto Gilbert. Looks like we might be seeing a little bit of an overextension from the side of Solaris here. Great job with the Soul Siphon there. Fizu is starting to pop off suddenly. Recovering back in here, but that does bring back with the revive. Borderline returns. Mental Athlete just around the corner. They have Final Judgment. Pizza Demon. Gilbert gonna go for a portal to allow the front line onto the point, making their way in. Magneto gets caught through it off the point for just a moment as Final Judgment comes on in. Beautiful block with the Doctor Strange to prevent the Meteor M from taking out the Punisher as they meld on through, taking out that Goddess of Death as fast as they can, using that ammo invention to guarantee that they can clean this up. And now it's about dealing with the frontliners. That's Soul Siphon. They need to deal with the flag. That's the problem. Finally, Fizu is chased on down because Mental Athlete. They have to keep their attention on these frontliners. Locked down. Ayamagamono is going to come out from Gilbert Noodle, but it's not going to be enough for the finishing blows. They're still dropping some incredible damage. Look at those auto cancels. Psionic Seduction comes on out, but there's no one left to touch on the point, and that will be a hold. Easy Bake Cake. I love the attempt. Kraken Impact. You know it's going to go away if you don't use it, so you might as well commit and commit hard. I love that. Big fan. Big fan.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this.
But now, Implement. They have to put on the defense of their lives. They got quite a bit further than they were for the majority of that game. A lot of that push came right at the end. But Solaris, they have shown that they know how to play aggressive. They've been running up to face tank with Groot quite a few times here. Are they going to attempt to do so again? Pressure is on. Here comes the rollout. No compositional swapping by the looks of it from the side of Implement. They're just going to run the same strat again.
30 seconds before
It's
you
risky,
attack.
but
Ready?
now would be the time to try and take those risks.
No, I don't know what the time stream entanglement is.
I am Groot.
Let's see what they can do. Ladies and gentlemen, Implement in what might be one of the most important games of their life now have to put on
Battle starts in 5,
an incredible defense. Bedtime Story brings out the Squirrel Girl, borderline on the Mantis. Mental Athlete has yet to pick, will now bring out Punisher. Bedtime Story sieging in with the damage boost. This is so rough to play against. The damage output is so high. Portal. Oh my god, they forced them back with the Squirrel Girl so they can set up the portal turret to punish them for being this far back. In the meantime, the card is still moving forward. Trying to get the lockdown onto the invisible Psylocke. They get the second, though, onto the Winter Soldier. Great magnetic barrier. See who's able to buy a little bit of time. Gilbert Noodle has moved on to the Iron Fist, trying to take out that Winter Soldier. That's one, and the rest of the team has fallen. Unless we see I Eat Rats with the Strange portaling in to try and buy the time to hold the line. But they are all alone. Their team is coming in, but they're trickling in one by one. A lot of these eliminations were staggered. Group Wall on the spawn point. What a play by Tim to buy that extra second. Another Group Wall on the spawn to make sure no one else can stop them. That is some heads-up play, finding the back of the portal, and that is game. Solaris will be moving on to the final 32. Mental Athlete getting MVP there, and yeah, we do sometimes see Punisher being brought in as a counter to the Groot. As again, they can clean out those walls very quickly, especially with the rocket combo. Looking at some of these statistics. 20 eliminations for Gilbert Noodle on that Punisher. No, sorry, it was Mental Athlete who was on the Punisher. Just doing huge work there. Top eliminations, though. Sorry, it's not final hits, though. Will be Mental Athlete with 15k damage, 10 final hits. Topping multiple numbers there, a well-deserved MVP. They'd almost have the least amount of times getting taken out if it weren't for Pizza Demon never going down at all. Top damage blocked. E9 Rats doing a fairly good job there, blocking 23k damage. Doing a lovely job on that one. 23k damage. More than any of the damage dealers, but of course you're being hit by multiple people, so that is to be expected. Top healing, though, it is much closer with Pizza Demon just getting the top healing output here with 14k, beating out Veronix by about 1k, and beating out the other two, Borderline and 3.5, by just under 2,000. Very close in terms of statistics, but in terms of momentum and speed, that was Solaris making their way into that final 32. Which, you know what? I don't feel bad about this now because we have spoilers. Wait. No, I don't think they should have started their games yet. So let's do it. Oh, this is risky. I'm going to change it back to me. It's what I'm going to do to make sure that I don't accidentally spoil the future games. But let's see, because I don't think America started their games yet, which means I can, in theory, show you the matchups. Yes, I can. I can't do it for any other region because they've started. But for the Americas, because this is the last one I recorded, I can show you that. And yes, they have not started yet. So here are the matches. Cafe Noir getting Parallax. Rival 7 versus F5. Citadel is in there. Mizu Haters. At least half of these games will have one of our 10 out of 10 games teams because that's just how many they won. There were 16 of them. That takes up half the board. Got some good matchups here. Future Talent is a team that I covered in a recent news episode. We did not cover them in this video, so maybe we'll cover that game with Rank X. We'll have a look at that. I'd say leave your requests, but by the time those requests come in, I will have recorded the video because we are going to be ahead a couple days, especially as I'm going out for Monday and Tuesday. All right, well, I have 15 minutes until my Marvel Rivals Esports interview, so I think with that, leave your predictions. Who do you think is going to move on to that top 16? Who do you think are going to be the teams that qualify for the Marvel Rivals Ignite? Let me know, because I am excited to know myself. Thank you all very much for watching. I have been Tetcher. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe to the video if you like what I do and appreciate my work. Make sure to give me a good luck, Tetcher, for this interview that would have happened several days ago by the time you'll see it, but it would still be nice of you to do. And of course, a big shout out to our members, Lucas Tyson, Arso, Doki Pokey, and John. Thank you all very much for your support. You can support as well by remembering liking the video, commenting on the video, watching this whole thing, play the playlist. Leave it on in the background on like 1% volume. Play the playlist from MRC Ignite Qualifiers. Tomorrow, we will be doing the Oceania Qualifiers in their round of 32. We'll be picking a couple games from that. We will not be doing the same thing where we just do all of them, because that's going to be 16 games again. And I can't do that again. That's too much. We're at 4 hours and 18 minutes. So we will just be picking like 3 or 4 of the best ones and be covering them. So make sure to subscribe and ring the notification bell for that. Day after that will be Asia. Day after that will be EMEA. Day after that, we'll be back to America, and we will keep that loop going until the replays break, or until we reach MRC, or until Ignite is done, whichever comes first. For now, though, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. I have been Tetcher. Much love to everybody. May hopefully see you on a mainstream. I don't know, either way, I'm being too optimistic. I need to temper my expectations. But thank you, everyone who has been supportive of me vocally. I've definitely comment farmed this video, but comments are welcome. I need some motivation right now. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you all tomorrow.